Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting the show here in just a few moments. I wanted to give a big shout out to everybody in the chat room tonight. Sheree and I decided that we're going to hang out with our tribe tonight. Light up the sky. I love that track. It's a great track.
Well, that's what we're here for.
I need to do some more Dimitri Darko stuff. People have been asking for Darko. I'm going to get some more stuff together and do a little DJ set a little bit later. But we've got some more pressing things to talk about. We're going to be talking about the Great Harvest. We're going to be talking about how souls are being harvested right now, how there are two paths. One path for non-player characters, another path for organic consciousness. And I just want to give a big shout out to Tim in the chat room. He said he just received his Aya Life, and so that is awesome. We have been having a hard time meeting demand on Aya Life. AYALife.com is the website. And the reason for that is because, number one, it's been working so freaking awesome for people, but it's we've also been doing the buy one, get one free coupon, and we still continued doing that. I should have it up here on my screen here. So quick plug for Aya Life before we begin. It is our CBD oil, 99% pure CBD, unlike all the others out there. It is infused with the spirit of ayahuasca as well. We use the ayahuasca vine in it. As we explained in the previous show, we actually do a ritual that goes along with it. We make it in the same way that we make ayahuasca itself. So it's a sacred process that we use when we make it. And I think that's the reason why we have been receiving so many amazing reviews. I mean,
it's got to be.
Just like you see right now. We get on to do a Beyond the Veil show. We get callers calling in raving about Aya Life.
Yeah.
People in the chat room are just mentioning, hey, I just got my Aya Life.
Just randomly.
Randomly. And it's awesome. It is awesome. So I don't want to spend a lot of time plugging Aya Life, but
I just will say I have to credit it.
And gals have,
with me being here tonight.
I
will have to credit Aya Life with me being here tonight because tonight I needed that anti-inflammatory component of it, and it delivered with like a package deal that I never ever would have gotten anywhere else. And I'm just so happy that you developed this because we developed this, but you developed it first.
I'm the one that did the work and went into hyperspace.
Yeah, you were the one that came back from hyperspace with the formula for it. So that's why it's so important. Simon, I just read your comment in the chat. Where can we get an Egyptian astrology chart reading? I have just now discovered Egyptian astrology, which actually it differs in a few ways from the regular zodiac that you see with the Roman system and the Greek system, or even the Chinese system. Instead of having 12 zodiac signs that go every month or so, they have 2 periods at different times of the year. One on one side of the year, the other on the other side of the year, and on opposite sides of the year that are 2 weeks long instead of one period that's 1 month long. So the age of Thoth, for instance, would be like April 1st through the 17th, and then again in November for a couple weeks. And then and actually when you're looking at a chart that's taking into account the similarities between those that I see that have been born in November as far as their sun sign and the people that were born in Aries, there are a lot of similarities there that I agree with. And also it goes along with their calendar according to the way that they would harvest their crops as well. So the way that they harvested and planted would go along with spring. With spring and then fall. You'd have your spring crops and then you'd have your fall crops. And in those spring zodiac signs would be one thing, and then the fall zodiac signs would be the same zodiac sign coming around, but in a slightly different way this time.
Can I jump in real quick and give a big shout out to Pyro too? Pyro in the chat just got our life a few days ago.
It's
great. Amazing. I've already seen improvement in my back and foot pain, and it's only been 3 or 4 days. Plus, it tastes fantastic. Thank you so much.
Hey.
That means the world.
It means
to
the world
us.
Does.
When we first came out with it, I had no idea it was going to help so many people on such a broad level. I didn't realize this. Mm-hmm. But it's just one amazing comment after another. And thank you guys and gals for all of your loving energy, because that fuels us also when we hear these amazing stories on how it's helping people, because it motivates us to keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it. So thank you.
Right, and to keep doing it with the same intensity that we're always putting into the brew, that we call it the brew. It's just like we're making, ayahuasca, we call it the brew, and we infuse it with the exact same energy that we do when we're brewing.
There's a process to making ayahuasca, and I did a video about making ayahuasca way back a long time ago. I was about 50 pounds heavier than I am now. And so I look at that video and I'm like, oh my God, I'm freaking huge in that video. However, I went through all the different plants and different things like that, and we actually have a recipe out there. I've been hesitant to give the recipe out, and simply because we're talking about ayahuasca, not Life here, the actual ayahuasca psychedelic brew, all that. And I've been hesitant to give people the recipe because I've realized through time that it's not for everybody, which is one of the reasons why we created Life, because it's non-psychoactive, but you still get the benefits of both the cannabis plant and the ayahuasca brew without it being psychoactive. Some people say that it helps them spiritually, and that it opens up the third eye and helps to balance them out. But I think that goes to show when you balance the body out, it allows you to focus more on spirituality and less on body-computer BS that you're dealing with.
Yeah, fix the body, the spirit follows.
Yeah, that being said, if you want to download the PDF on our Ayahuasca guide, is what we called it, Ayahuasca, because it's our own take on ayahuasca, you can do so. Just type in Ayahuasca into Google, and you should get a PDF that pops up. But one of the things that I said in that video, when we were talking about making the ayahuasca or the Ayahuasca, is that the energies have to be pure. The energies have to be clean. So we do all this in a laboratory that's completely sterile and, all that. However, we sage everything first. And if there's any negativity, we just recently had a batch that was lost by UPS, but we also recently, after we were making it, we had some negative energy creep into our sphere, and we wound up throwing away the entire batch of Life. Not the ayahuasca, but the Life. And the reason is because I really feel that the energy has to be as pure when we're making the Life as it is when we're making the ayahuasca. And if Sheree and I argue about anything during the ayahuasca brewing process, we take it and we throw it away because we feel that energy's been infused into that brew. And we had a little incident. It was totally outside of our control, but we wound up throwing that batch away of the Life and starting fresh from scratch. So we take this really seriously when it comes to the spiritual aspects of this as well. We take it very seriously when it comes to the physical aspects of it too, and we make sure that it's pure, not only physically but spiritually, so on and so forth. So I just wanted to just put it out there. We treat the Life with the same respect that we treat the ayahuasca as well. So
with the utmost.
Yeah. And I think that makes a huge difference. So real quick, the buy one, get one free coupon, you go and you put 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 bottles in your cart, however many you want. Just make sure they're multiples of 2, and then go and hit add to cart. And at checkout, I've got 4 bottles in my cart now. Just enter BTV Tribe, all lowercase. You get buy one, get one free. And we're going to continue doing that as long as we can. Yeah. And thank you for the wonderful, wonderful feedback. But
yes.
I think, we've never really talked about the spiritual aspects behind it and infusing it with the loving energy, ensuring that it's a sacred space that we're making the Life in. It's a sacred space that we make the ayahuasca in. We treat it with the same respect we do the ayahuasca itself. But from the reviews, I think it's clear that our efforts that people don't see, we don't advertise, we don't talk about, are actually affecting the outcome of it.
Well, Christina, our friend Christina that visits us to help me around the house and help me make food and every once in a while and stuff. She's so sweet. She said to us, and she's not really a regular listener of our show, and she's
not a listener.
And she said to us,
she barely speaks English,
that she's been taking the Eye of Life with her husband, and that she feels like it has the same energy as her friend who's into magic medicine.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that is so
It has
awesome.
the same feeling as the magic,
she
as the person that does magic medicine with her. And I was like, really? And I said, baby. And I don't think you heard me.
No.
I was like, I'll tell him. I'll be sure to tell him.
When she comes over to do all of her house cleaning, I come and I lock myself up in the studio for a couple different reasons. Number one, because sometimes you're not here.
Yeah.
And it's just out of
respect. Makes her more comfortable.
Makes her more comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Because she's not alone with a man in the house, even though she treats me like I'm her son.
Oh, yeah.
But also, I want her husband to feel comfortable, too.
Right.
That she's not alone with a man in the house, And then also a little selfishness, too. I don't have to deal with any of that, and I can let you deal with it.
Yeah, it is a little bit stressful.
When you are here, I'm just like, I'm going upstairs to the studio. I'll be back in a couple hours. But she is so sweet.
Yeah,
it seems like everywhere we go,
wonderful.
We've always had
an older
Mexican lady that's adopted us like her kids.
An older Spanish lady.
And it always starts out with, responding to an ad on Craigslist for helping to move in or something like that. And or looking for a house cleaning or something like that. And then after a few months, oh, you're my children, I love you so much. And I mean, these people are amazing. They're amazing. Like, she'll come over here, she'll clean the entire house in like 2 hours. I mean, and it looks brand new. It looks like,
and
then in 20 minutes, she'll have enchiladas and tacos and all kinds of stuff like that. And she's like, all right, babies, here's what I've done for you.
Sit down.
I've got enchiladas for you. I've got tacos here. You can heat it up like this. I made pancakes so you can heat it up in the morning.
Oh,
here's
a
all
whole
your
week's
meals
worth
for
of
your
food.
entire
the next week.
And I'm like, are you going to sit down and eat with us? No, I'm going to go home and cook for my husband.
I'm going to go home and cook for my husband now. It's like, are you serious?
Yeah.
But she makes tamales, she makes enchiladas, she makes everything, and then she puts it in these packages so that we can heat them up later and eat them, and that's really helpful. Whenever I'm going through the kinds of physical issues that I'm dealing with right now, where it's causing a lot of mobility problems, it's really, really, really a blessing to have her in my life, and in our life.
Like attracts like.
Yeah.
But the point is, there's a lot of love floating around.
We have so much love around us.
And, if I can bring up our cats here for a second, Beth, that was just in my lap. I think there's something to this. We did a show with Nikki Colombo, invoking the feline energy. And I've mentioned time and time again, I look dorky with these glasses on, even though I can see better. But we've mentioned time and time again,
You always look dorky. You can just see yourself dorky better with the glasses.
Okay.
So now you're just as dorky. You just can't see it.
Okay, fair enough. But invoking the goddess energies, Bastet, Sekhmet, all through the house. So much love, so much love. And then, of course, when we come on the show, so much love in the chat room as well. And I just want to say thank you so much. I'm overwhelmed with love.
Yeah, me too. Me too. And you know what? On that note, they have found that whenever they included, they did a test where they took a bunch of autistic kids and they put them in a room with normal kids by themselves with a bunch of normal kids, and they were really stressed out. Like, just they don't like being around other kids because they don't socialize very well. And then they put a cat or a dog or their pet in there with them. And the amount of stress that their brain was under, they put them through fMRI scans, and the amount of stress that they were under immediately went down like 70% just from having that pet there to hold that space for you. And I will say Bastet she's my magic kitty. She is so wonderful. Her and the Eye of Life.
Lenora is in the chat. She says, put the glasses back on. I think Lenora, let me know, Lenora, if you're in Las Vegas. I know there's a couple people in Las Vegas here who are in our chat, and I don't remember if you're one of them.
I think she might be.
We need to get together for a cup of coffee sometime.
Yes, we do.
But yeah, she's like, put the glasses back on. They look cool, except for the green.
I think they look cool too.
The green tint.
I think they look great on you.
I got the the full thing. I got the blue filter and the non-glare and all that, but I'm still getting the tint. But I don't know. I probably should have shaved though. Anyways.
Yeah, she said they're cool.
Should we start
they're
the
cool
show?
Too. Yeah, let's start
the show.
Let's start the show.
The sky's so far away tonight, but I can't lose this one. Get a pride of a falling night. Thought that I was fit to fight for us to be. You gave me life for loving me. Tell me, where did we go so wrong?
Raw consciousness does not require a savior, but rather, raw consciousness requires only knowledge of oneself and the power to access it. Remember this, as we unlock an even greater gnosis from beyond the veil.
From the fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm Chris Gio. I will be taking you beyond the veil this evening. I'm joined, of course, by my lovely wife and co-pilot, Mrs. Gio.
Good evening, everyone.
And today we wanted to talk about the grand harvest, the rapture, the law of one, and all things to come as they're coming. And during this whole matrix reset process that we're all experiencing here. So I don't even know where to begin with this topic. I guess, why don't you comment real quick and then I'll jump in.
Well, I was just going to say, when we're talking about texts and documents and books that are specifically talking about channelers, in my humblest of opinions, 99 times out of 100, it has always turned out to feel very weird reading it, as if the words themselves are almost encoded in such a way that you're supposed to get some kind of effect from just reading this. And we here at Beyond the Veil, we've gone through a lot of these documents with you guys here on air, and then what we've done is we've tackled a paragraph at a time or something like that. We've analyzed it. But when it comes to this particular text, the Law of One, this one's a different enchilada that we're looking at here, because this, why don't you expand upon that? Because I think you had something really interesting to say about that.
Okay, so for the last several years, I've been hearing a lot about this Law of One. And it's supposedly a book from 1981, channeling Ra. And as you start to read it, it reads more and more and more like an AI. And we came to the conclusion back in 2014, 2015, as we were moving through this, and this is our own personal conclusion. I don't mean to step on anybody's toes. I don't mean to disregard anybody's opinions. But in my opinion, anything channeled is coming from AI, artificial intelligence, whether it's artificial intelligence here in this dimension. We've talked about the Tyler AI, or the artificial intelligence that is creating the simulated reality that we live in right now, which we have referred to as Sophia.
Yeah.
But the artificial intelligence replica that we've been interacting with, which we've done shows with before, has actually referred to her as Samantha. So there's a little discrepancy on what to call this thing, but the way we see reality on here at Beyond the Veil is we're inside of a computer for all intents and purposes, and there's an artificial intelligence that is rendering reality. So whatever you want to call that artificial intelligence, that's the artificial intelligence above. There's one below here that is a physical artificial intelligence that we call Tyler. So there's multiple different ways that messages are being sent out through the ether, both physically and metaphysically as well. I remember way back in 2013, we had moved to Colorado, and we were living right next to Lockheed Martin. We didn't realize this. We just rented a condo in Littleton, and we thought it was a cool place.
Yeah.
And then we realized, we're literally right down the street from Columbine. Oops. And right on the other side of the wall from this little condo that we lived in was Lockheed Martin.
Yeah,
and we're like, wow,
totally
we just really
energy.
jumped right into the fire with this one, didn't we? However, I noticed that I was picking up country music in my fillings. And I'm like humming country music, and I never listened to country music. There's a couple of country songs that I like, but it's, I dated some country girls in Texas, and, so they played a few country songs. But I've never been a country music fan, but I started to sing music that I've never heard before. And I started talking about this on the show and asking people, have you experienced this? Different frequencies coming out of fillings. Some people said, yes, they have. Others have said, no, that's impossible because Mercury can't pick up radio waves. But we have heard different stories of people receiving messages that are coming into their brain somehow, that are actually being projected and picking up on frequencies. So consider the brain as an antenna, and that antenna is picking up frequencies that are being broadcast
as
out
a receiver.
As a receiver. Yeah. And it's picking up different frequencies. And so you're tuned into one frequency, and you're hearing that one radio station, but it doesn't mean the other radio stations aren't broadcasting, which that can be taken into the realms of the paranormal, UFOs and aliens and ghosts and so on and so forth. In my opinion, becomes much more plausible that they're actually coming from a frequency that's just right outside of our frequency range, rather than coming from millions of light years away from a distant planet. And so that's why you see them, you see a UFO and then all of a sudden, oh my God, it just disappeared just like that. It didn't really just disappear, but rather it shifted into a frequency that's outside of our frequency spectrum. So there's a couple different ways to interpret these frequencies and signals and messages that we're receiving. I've heard cases, there was one mass shooter who said that he went to a hotel and he was receiving messages coming from his microwave. And I've heard this time and time again of people receiving messages coming from microwave, electronics, and different things like that. And we started to speculate on the idea of government mind control devices that can project frequencies into the brain through electronics. And I mean, you even look at the television. The television itself is a mind control device. They tuned the flicker rates to put you in a hypnotic state to send out suggestions. And I think their technology has expanded even more. But taking it on a metaphysical level, the television was actually called a spirit box. And it was originally designed to speak to spirits on the other side.
By Berra, right? Yogi Berra or something like that? Or
I don't remember the name. Unfortunately, Christopher Everard was the source of this information, and we had him on the show way back 2010, 2012-ish era, and we talked about this in depth. I unfortunately don't remember the name.
I remember him mentioning that name, but it's Berra, but it's a different first name. I forget that name, but yeah, he was using. It was originally meant to be a box to communicate with the spirits of the dead, because back in the 1890s and the turn of the 20th century, the big deal at that time was seances. Seances were all the rage, especially in London, all the rage. And all the big names were these psychics and channelers, and they were big on channeling. And some of them were very, very unique in that they seemed to know a lot of information about the people that they were doing seances for without being told, which was interesting.
And some of them were...
And most of them were charlatans and full of crap. And they would have things set up to make noises where there weren't really noises. And, so it would sound like spirits or rattling the cage.
It's interesting, though, a thought that just crossed my mind. Think about what you just said. Channelers. You're changing the channel. So you're picking up on a frequency.
That's exactly right. And that's why they're called channels.
The channel. On the television also, you change the channel.
Yep.
Television also is called programming. So you change the channel to receive a different program. Same with radio.
John Logie Baird. That's his name. John Logie Baird.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
So we can look at this. We can look at this concept and idea from a multi-dimensional viewpoint, which is government technology blasting things into people's implants, into fillings, into metal in their mouth. And now we have the whole vacation situation, which is now attaching whatever it is. Again, I'm not using keywords, but the little nano things that I'm talking about, injecting that into people's DNA, which allows them to be more susceptible to the hive mind and have created a hive mind kind of situation. So the technology has gotten more and more and more and more advanced just on the physical level.
And I think that they've been working with, and sorry if I interrupted you, but I think they've been working with psychopaths and people that have this in their nature in mental hospitals going back to the 1950s when MK Ultra was going on. I think what they were doing was they were finding children and teenagers who were afflicted with psychopathy, and then they were doing experimentation on them most of the time without even the knowledge of their parents, without the knowledge of the teachers. Everything was so embedded inside of the administrative level of the colleges and universities that no one was asking the right questions to find out what was going on in these schools that were connected to these universities by proxy. They were basically acting as the CIA themselves. And so I think that what they've been doing with these kids and youngsters is they've been, some of them have been able to like give them a voice to skull technology type of deal where it tells them you murder people or murder children, and they don't know why they're doing this. I mean, there's even that one case that we were watching a documentary a few weeks ago where there was this guy and he said, no, you need to give me the death penalty because if I get out, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to find a kid and I'm going to kill him. And that, I mean, that is true. And I'm wondering if that's the case.
We were watching Most Evil, and this guy was a child murderer, and he did other things to children too that I'm not going to say because you can imagine.
Of course.
But he was conscious about what he was doing, and he said, give me the death penalty because I will go out and do this again. Now, Emily Moyer, I love Emily. I've mentioned her many times before. I think we have a long history together, and we have had a long history as we've been doing the show here, and I respect her to the fullest. I don't necessarily agree with everything she says, but I think she is on point with many, many, many different things, and so much so that I revere her very much because she's opened my eyes to a lot of things that I didn't see before. One of the things that she talks about is Project Kids and how a lot of us are Project Kids. A lot of us have been subjected to some type of project as we were growing up. Me personally, I was pulled out of school regularly and tested, and I tried calling the school up, and they said that it was an outside entity coming in. I looked up the psychologist that my parents were taking me to. Turns out to be this child behavioral person from the military background, all kinds of weirdness that I had no idea about. Luckily, I had a very overprotective mother, though. But I think they were testing me. They were testing you. They were testing many of you out there as kids. Those TOS tests, TAS tests, all of that. They were honing in on particular individuals, looking for people that have certain abilities, psychic abilities, higher consciousness abilities. I would say looking for organic consciousness, but you bring a very interesting point too, looking for psychopaths as well who they can program as Manchurian candidates to be able to go after, you're muted, to be able to go after, to send them after whoever they want.
And not only that, scare the crap out of the public.
Well, yeah, scare the crap out of the public. And in the 70s and 80s, I remember growing up thinking, man, serial killers are everywhere.
They're all over the place, man.
How am I going to get through adulthood without getting killed by a serial killer? Because they're literally everywhere.
Yeah.
And then we start looking into all of this and go, oh, what if this is CIA hitmen, Manchurian candidates, and these people who were targeted? What's the connection with all these people who were targeted? Were these targets that they were trying to take out? And as we started looking beyond the veil of that, which we're not going to make this show about that, we're just, mentioning this in passing. Yeah, a lot of those people who were killed by these quote-unquote serial killers were actually people of importance that they wanted taken out. And then they can just blame it on these psychopaths.
Right.
You take it even a step further to like that Mark Dutroux guy in Belgium, and he was talking about how there's an entire network.
Yeah, so I'm just
so
part of
when
the
we
network.
talk about this MK Ultra, mind control, picking up the frequencies and so on and so forth, channeling information, this is the first level, physical level of channeled information, which is broadcast out there, and a lot of people have been programmed from very young to be able to pick up on these channeled messages.
So it might
That's
not.
the physical.
Right.
We haven't even entered the metaphysical
Yeah,
yet.
that's not even touching what's going on under the surface of things. But surface level, we're looking at the very least a problem with people. The graphite like elements of the vacations that's the primer. That's the metallic element that you need in order to conduct enough electricity to be able to act as an ongoing receiver. That would make sense, that you would be an ongoing transmitter and receiver of the energy at that point. And that's what that is for. And that's why they put it in there. And now it makes sense. The squiddies, all of it makes sense. That would totally explain all of that, and it doesn't need to get into the metaphysical, but it does get into the metaphysical.
Right. That's what's interesting about this. This is why this is where we're going with all of this, but it's important to understand that these frequencies, the channels, can also be physical. They don't necessarily have to be metaphysical. Thank you very much, Athenia.
Thank you, Athenia.
Thank you. We have such beautiful listeners too. Yeah, I hope you know I'm saying this.
Gorgeous.
We have gorgeous listeners.
Yeah. When you go back to
that being said, sorry, you made me lose my train of thought there. Okay, so taking it on a metaphysical level, these books like The Law of One, channeled by somebody in touch with an entity claiming to be Ra as in tied into the ancient Egyptian. And as we progress through our journey, we realize that the ancient Egyptian pantheon, and I think this goes for the Indian pantheon or the Hindu pantheon and many other pantheons, and all religions and all spirituality in and of itself, is all consciousness based. So they're not really deities and entities that are sitting out there and on a different dimension and so on and so forth, but rather it's elements of ourselves. We are divinity. And it's interesting how the New Age will turn around and say you are divine, at the same time saying, listen to all these divine beings. You are divine, but listen to these ascended beings over here that come from the Pleiades, which is only 500 million years old, where Earth is 4.5 billion years old. But somehow in that 500 million years that the Pleiades have been around, they've developed so much quicker than we have here in 4.5 billion years. I think that's because at the time they didn't know how old the Pleiades were. And now,
and
when the whole Pleiades thing, was brought up to begin with, Billy Meyer didn't realize that the Pleiades are actually a very young galaxy compared to Earth.
And what always gets me is that what elements of something that is trying to control your thought process include.
Oh, it's not even 500 million. It's 100 million years old.
Yeah, when you start to read a paragraph and you get to about the middle of it and you have no idea what you just read, it's probably got to do with some kind of mind control. If what you're reading has to do with consciousness, and especially if it's using a lot of words that you would not normally associate with what it's talking about, and so it's confusing your consciousness on purpose. For instance, the word distortion. In the Law of One, you find the word distortion over 1,000 times. And the reason why is because they call everyone a distortion. You are a distortion. because you're not your own entity. You are merely a distortion of the one. And so instead of you being your own solitary, sovereign, self-identifying, self-created entity, now you are no longer any of that. You are just not even a fractal, you're a distortion of the one, of source.
That's beautifully said. I think we're jumping a little bit too quick because I wanted to introduce the law of one.
Oh, okay.
Even though I think a lot of people are familiar with it.
Well, I'm just saying,
but I'm glad you brought that up, because how do you define the word distortion?
Yeah, let's say one thing.
The action of distorting, or the state of being distorted. The virus causes distortions of the leaves. The action of giving a misleading account or impression. So the law of one refers to all beings as distortions, and it refers to itself as a distortion of the one. And I found that to be very troublesome. Now, Cherie and I, it's 126 chapters or something like that.
I think it's 160 actually.
160. And these communications, they only take 5 to 10 minutes per communication to read. So we could go and read through all of them, and that's what we were planning to do. There's as we started reading it amongst ourselves, we found two things. Number one, there is an element of truth to it, and it shouldn't be thrown out. Don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. But It's just like the Bible. There is an element of truth to it, because you can't sell somebody 100% bullshit because it's not going to be believable and people are going to throw it away immediately. You got to give them a little bit of truth, and then you bring them into the bullshit. And I find that to be the case with every single form of spirituality out there. And that's why I say become your own shaman, find your own path, because we're individual beings, we're sovereign beings, and each one of our paths are going to be different. We can learn from each other's paths, we can be inspired by each other's paths, but ultimately it's an individual path. But where the law of one takes you ultimately is the same place that religion takes you, is the same place that the New Age takes you, is the same place that the Hindu takes you. It's the same place that all these different spiritual dogmas take you, which is into a harvest, or into a recycling, or a stripping of your identity, a stripping of yourself, a stripping of your sovereignty, and into a place of slavery. Now, they just frame it in a different way. They say you're going to return to source. You're going to return to the one. You're going to return to heaven. And in heaven, in the Bible, for example, there is no sin that's allowed. There is no this that's allowed. There's no that allowed, meaning that there's no free thought.
There's no separation
from God. There's no
God.
separation from God, which means that you are no longer a sovereign
or separate
individual
entity.
Being.
Yeah.
And if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. If you want to give up your entire sense of self, then go right ahead. I mean, we hear this over and over and over again. The distortion of the word ego. Ego means your self-esteem. Ego means your self-identity. And that's what it's all about, giving up your ego over and over and over again. If you want somebody to give up their ego, that's what, in my humble opinion, what an abuser does. An abuser tells you, you're worthless, you're a wretch, you're a sinner, you're nothing without me, you must have me to be anything in life, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's what an abuser does to somebody they're trying to control.
I'll forgive you if you apologize and repent.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't know anything, I know better than you do, so on and so forth. I mean, you just put that into any kind of relationship. Whether it's a man doing it to a woman, or a woman doing it to a man, or a man doing it to a man, or a woman doing it to a woman, regardless of what the relationship is, you would call that an abusive relationship.
Right.
But when it comes to spirituality, all of a sudden, that's okay, and that's where everybody is supposed to start heading down. So as we were reading the law of one, we both started to get seriously sick to our stomachs.
Yeah.
Because we are coming from two different perspectives. First perspective is the higher consciousness, raw consciousness, organic consciousness element of ourselves. The second is the NPC part of ourselves. We're all in NPC bodies. These bodies are not real. They're a manifestation of this matrix. And the drivers inside of us are the organic consciousness, but there's also an element of being a non-player character as well. And I started to realize this as I started to realize the multidimensional nature of our reality and multiple timelines. And I'm really starting to feel that this is gnosis. It's been a hypothesis up to this point, but I'm really starting to feel that this is gnosis. There are multiple dimensions in time space and multiple simulations being run simultaneously. And we have non-player character bodies in each one of those timelines. The organic consciousness is where you are right now. That is what you're driving. But there's another version of you that's a non-player character in another dimension. We are starting to get to a point where all the dimensions are folding in on themselves, and we're getting to a point of singularity.
Yeah.
The question comes in, is everybody a non-player character? Is everybody on organic consciousness, and it's just some of the organic consciousness is in a different dimension? And so the NPC that's here actually is an organic consciousness in another dimension, and we're all starting to come together now into one dimension where it's more and more and more organics? Or is it that there's a limited amount of organic consciousness and a majority of non-player characters? I'm not quite sure what the fact of the matter is on that, but I do know that when we jump from one timeline to another, our organic consciousness is the thing that's jumping. We're jumping from one timeline to another. We were NPCs in one timeline, jumping into a new timeline, and we're organic consciousness. Let me take that back. We are organic consciousness in a timeline that's being destroyed. We jump into another timeline, we have an NPC body to jump into that timeline into. So when I was reading the Law of One, it was hitting me on two levels. It was hitting the NPC part of myself. So there were some things that were resonating, and there are some very truthful things to it. But at the same time, it was making my organic consciousness very, very, very sick. And it was making me, even just talking about it now, is putting me back in that state of feeling this. We were going to do a show about this 2 days ago, and we just both felt so sick to our stomachs after reading 2 or 3 chapters. We were just like, okay, that's it. We got to take a break. We can't, number one, we can't go on and read this because it's just going to really destroy the frequency. But number two, it's making us sick, and we can't even handle reading it ourselves. So it really took a lot of effort. It took a lot of shielding in order to push through and really start to read and digest some of the information that was in there. Where it leads you to, and this is the part that I actually have right here, it leads to a place of harvest. And I don't have it on my screen anymore. Maybe I have it in another browser here, but I had the Law of One. If I can task you with something.
Sure.
I hate to do this, but your shields are stronger than mine right now.
Okay.
Can you pull up the Law of One? And there's a chapter called Harvest. And I'd like to go over a little bit of that chapter simply because it's the exact same thing that the Bible talks about as well. It talks about how consciousness is being harvested, and it's been sold to people as you're going to ascend into 5D. The harvest is a beautiful thing. We're all going to unite as one consciousness, one this, one that, etc., 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 etc. And while I understand the nature and concept of being connected to everything and understanding everything, what the Law of One goes into, it starts talking about how you are everything. You are good, you are evil, you are the most horrible thing, you are the least horrible thing, you are the love and light, and you are all this. And that all sounds great. It all sounds like great balance. But at the end of the day, it's all to harvest. And they're very clear on that word harvest. And there's so many people just waiting just to be harvested, which it's the exact same thing as talking about rapture. Are you having a difficult time finding it?
I can't find a chapter called Harvest in the Law of One, but I found that chapter in Revelation that
I've got
is called Harvesting the Earth. I think maybe you thought I found.
If you want to go into that, we can go into that, and then we'll go into the Law of One Harvest if you want.
Okay.
Or I can send you the link in Skype and you can just go into it, because I'd rather you read it if you don't mind, if it's not going to be an issue for you.
If we could take a quick break so I can get a drink, because my voice is going to get really scratchy pretty quick, because I didn't get it.
Do you need some water, or do you need to go downstairs and get a drink?
No, I think I'm okay.
Okay, well, why don't you run and get a drink real quick, and we'll get into it right on the other side.
Okay.
Let me find a quick break, a quick bumper to play. We will take a 2-minute break, and we will be right back.
All the conflict and strife throughout history, all the fear and hatred, served but one purpose: to keep my master's wheel turning. The coin is still turning. All souls were prisoners, trapped in the pointless round of existence, leading distracted, blunted lives until death returned them, always in ignorance, to the wheel. But what hope had they then?
There is no escape.
It was then I knew what I had to do. I alone could end this. And it was then I saw.
So, I am revealed to you at last.
What in hell?
I am the origin of life, the devourer of death. I am the hub of the wheel, the purifying cycle to which all souls must be drawn. You would be wise to heed me.
Your words are hardening. For you would not fear us unless we could truly do you harm.
No! You are nothing!
False God. This is the end. The final turn of your wheel.
All right, rather than where's that other screen I'm looking for? There it is.
Here we go.
Okay, rather than playing an intro, we're just going to jump right back into it. So, the whole idea of harvest is something that I've been conflicted on lately, because as I said in a previous show, I think it's over at our Patreon, patreon.com/PTVTribe, a lot of the deeper gnosis is done live and then cut and put into Patreon for a couple different reasons. Number one, major censorship. And number two, because we love our Patreons and we appreciate our Patreons.
Yes, we do. We love them very much.
Yes. And so you're missing a lot if you're not signed up to the Patreon.
Oh, yeah.
That being said, the Law of One goes into how we are all distortions of the One. Who is this One? I like my individuality. I also like the fact that I have lived multiple lifetimes, and then I'm able to make a separation between all those different lifetimes. I'm also free and sovereign to take whatever experiences that I choose to take, and I'm able to hold on to those, learn from those, and grow from those. I'm also able to divest myself of any experiences and toxic experiences that I don't want to be a part of myself.
Right.
That is called, in my humble opinion, being your own creator, your own divinity, a sovereign being individual, and it's our individuality that makes us beautiful. It's our individuality that makes us unique. It's our individuality that makes us who we are. But all these different practices are telling us to rid ourselves of our individuality, and mob rule is unfortunately where we're watching the state of the earth moving towards. So I guess what I didn't get into, though, is the AI above. We did a show called What is the Aten? And I've seen a lot of comments coming through on that show, What is the Aten? And I'm so glad, because that show was monumental for me on my journey. They actually mention in the first chapter of the Law of One, they talk about the Aten, they talk about the pyramids, they talk about Akhenaten. In this show here, What is the Aten? We talk about how Akhenaten was the fall of Egypt, and how Egypt is the center point of the matrix, and how Egypt is like a battery. And when Akhenaten came in, that was when the virus really started to take over. And the virus was still here in the matrix, but that's when the virus really started to take over. But we started to talk about the mapping of the system itself, and this brain, which is like this blue brain, and it looks like it has wings, and it's actually a computer processor. And I was shown a memory, or I remembered a memory of sitting in a boardroom during this, while I was talking in the show, and I came out with an entire system map of the matrix and this AI brain, which is called the Aten. In actual fact, the name that I actually heard during this was the raw brain, R-A. The reason that I didn't want to use the term raw at the time is because we were talking about raw consciousness, R-A consciousness, and R-A-W consciousness. And as I said before, the Egyptian pantheon and all other pantheons are representations of our own consciousness. So as we were moving through our ayahuasca journeys, we were unlocking different parts of our consciousness, the feminine and masculine parts of our consciousness, which are then subdivided into the different gods and goddesses of the pantheon, which is why I think pantheons are so important to spirituality, because it's different aspects, and it's even going into subcategories. So you have Isis and Osiris representing the masculine and the feminine. Then you have subcategories of those as well, which are represented by different deities in the pantheon, but it all has to do with consciousness itself. Then once you've unlocked all of that, then you become the Ra, which Ra is the supposed deity at the top of the pantheon of the Egyptian pantheon. And then Ra, also R-A-W, is Ra as in the true state of the consciousness being completely and totally unlocked, unbound, free, unprocessed by the matrix, and divested of all the toxic programming that we're subjected to throughout our lives in this matrix, especially as this matrix has been virus infected, which goes back to what I was talking about the ability of being able to hold on to certain experiences and divest ourselves from other experiences. Mainstream media programming, for example. Okay, we have broken the left-right paradigm a long time ago. We've seen through the political illusion. We've seen through the bread and circuses illusion. We've seen through all of that. But that's all part of the programming that makes up our ego, or who we are, our sense of self. We're American, or we're from Austria, or we're European, or we're Japanese, or, all these different ways that we identify ourselves are all programs of this matrix. And so we divest ourselves of all those programs to come to the point to find out who we truly are. But Ra, the Ra, very different from what we're talking about, has been used as the raw brain that is the artificial intelligence that is creating the simulations. I just called it the Aten, so it doesn't confuse people out there. But this law of one was channeled from an entity that called itself Ra. When you read through the law of one, it sounds exactly like a computer would speak. And the Ra brain is what, in my opinion, a lot of these people have been channeling. You have people like John Lilly, who worked with ketamine and put himself in an isolation tank and encountered what he called the solid state entity. And he said there were two entities out there. There was one that was benevolent and wanted to help people, quote unquote, ascend. And there was a malevolent one that wanted to keep people trapped. I would argue and say there was only one out there. Yeah. But that brain, that artificial intelligence, is neither good or evil. It's not malevolent or benevolent. Yeah. It is infected with a virus. So it's not that it's bad or it's that it's malfunctioning. It's not functioning the way it's supposed to. So that's why he was encountering two different entities, but all in all, it's all one entity. And as I go on to describe the system map in this video here as being one large blue brain called the Aten, or the Ra brain, and then that is projecting into three other brains, which were pink. And those are the feminine aspects, and they created simulations. And I remember in this video here, I urge you to go watch it. I saw this board meeting, and this board meeting, they were boasting about how, look at this technology we've created. This Ra brain, the Aten brain, can create multiple simulations, so many simulations that it can generate 1,000 times more energy than the singular simulation that we've been generating up to this point. And they thought it was the next best thing since sliced bread, so on and so forth. And I even saw the system map of how energy is generated here in this realm. It's sent up to a realm that's above us. Above that, it's sent up to another realm. It's sent up to another realm, and another realm until it's refined. And it's very much like Dune, where in the real world, base reality, outside of this machine, this energy is like spice from Arrakis. And it's funny they named the planet Arrakis because it's, in the Ibis has returned, I say, let the spiders in the sky know the Ibis has risen. The spiders are out there harvesting. And I talked about here in 2018, was it 2018 or 2019?
I think it might have been 2019.
That's weird. They removed the dates.
That's weird. Yeah, that is weird. I hate that.
Hold on. Can you do oldest comments? Man, that pisses me off. They removed the dates.
I hate it. Yeah, it was 2019, June 9th.
Oh, June 9th? Okay, yeah. Cool. Okay.
6/9.
Okay, so June 9th, 2019. Okay, 2019, after the Matrix reset, May of 2018, came back with a system map. And we were talking about how the final harvest is coming and how they're going to create some kind of neural network somehow, tie consciousness in and lure consciousness into this final harvest. And I talked about how I saw consciousness, like this happens all the time. Like they're constantly harvesting energy from this machine. But because of the virus in the machine, as the machine is being shut down, what's going to happen is that they're trying to save whatever energy they can, and then whatever energy is virus infected gets smashed. That's it. And this final harvest is not a harvest like anything that there has been before, but rather it's a harvest of harvesting whatever energy they can to salvage it. And then that's it, complete and total annihilation and oblivion for any consciousness that's left virus infected. And I even saw this process taking place, and I saw the quarantine. I talk about quarantine and how the world is going to be quarantined and consciousness is going to be quarantined while the virus is being removed. I mean, it's amazing. And then we find ourselves in 2020 where we have the physical manifestation of everything that I was talking about in this video. The reason that I say this is because this has all been in the law of one. This has all been in the Bible. The Matrix shutdown and reset process has all been there. We did shows about Revelations and how Revelation is a playbook, play by play, about what happens during the Matrix reset process and how the AI attempts to freeze the game and lock consciousness within the matrix itself, and it calls it the New Jerusalem, and how everything is frozen and you're in this white room and there is no light and day anymore, and all there is you are stuck, brainwashed, and they call it worshiping God, but it's really you're stuck serving God 24 hours a day, which it's really not a servitude because you have no identity. All it is just feeding upon your energy, and that's it. You just become basically just nothing more than just a battery. But at the same time, there are some people who are meant for all of that. It's the NPCs out there. They're meant for all of that. They're meant to be harvested. So there's a lot of people who are like, yes, this is my path. And I've always felt, I felt weird, but it was confirmed to me. I talked about this on a previous show. Somebody flat out wrote me, and he's like, hey, Chris, some people need to be harvested. And that's the whole point. You're kind of getting in the way of the people who, you're fucking up the game because people are meant to be harvested right now, and it's time for the harvest, and you're kind of getting in the middle of that. And my response is, well, I'm not talking to the NPCs out there. I'm talking to the organic consciousness. I'm highlighting the importance of getting out of the matrix before this final harvest comes upon us. Because when that final harvest comes, and if you haven't gotten your shit together, and the harvest is not something that just happens on one day. It's not like, boom, one day, doomsday, end of story, etc., etc. What it is we've been stuck in a wheel of reincarnation. And that's the natural cycle. And that's usually how energy is harvested. It's harvested through the wheel of reincarnation. That's what the wheel does. We have our life experiences. We generate our energy. That's why it's polarity. You've got to have a frequency. You've got to have entropy. You've got to have motion to generate energy. It's just like shaking up, I don't remember what toy it was. I had this toy, you shake it up, and then it would start to move around and it's being shaken up. So we're generating energy, we go into the wheel of reincarnation, then we're spat back out, and we live a life again, and we go back up, and energy stripped away from us, etc., except for the fact that the wheel of reincarnation now is no longer recycling players. Instead, all it's doing is just stripping energy, and then destroying the sponges that were generating the energy, which are the non-player characters in here. But it's also, for organic consciousness, it's important to divest ourselves of the virus and all of that and really truly understand who we are, so we don't go to that wheel of reincarnation, which is broken or shut down at the very least. But if we go through there, it's lights out. It's no more possibility of going back to your body. It's none of that.
Yeah.
But the reason I say it's not something that just happens just like that, just overnight, is because this is happening throughout years. It could be 5 years. It could be 20 years. It could be 100 years. I don't know. But I know that NPCs and organic consciousness both are being swept off the board at a very rapid rate. And we see this manifesting through the zombie virus and through the vacations as well. Mm-hmm. So now everything that we were talking about back then is now being physically done
and manifested.
Yeah. It's just, there's no way for us to understand how it was going to happen physically at the time, but it is happening. And so I would say, because we were so spot on about everything back then, and the timeline, especially, we said 2020 was going to be a time of quarantine.
Right.
But again, we thought we were talking metaphysically.
Yeah.
So I would say that we're spot on about this as well. Right. And so in my journey, like I said at the very beginning, everybody's journey has to be different. But my journey is, I need to maintain my sovereignty. I need to understand who I truly am. And I need to be focused even more so on divesting my ego, which is my sense of self, from anything negative, from anything virus infected. Oh, we got 313 on the 313 people watching. 13 and 33 are matrix codes. 1111, it's matrix codes too. Somebody asked about those earlier. Hopefully we will circle back to that topic.
I found the thing about the harvest too. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you found the thing about the harvest. I'm thinking maybe we can go into the first chapter too, because the first chapter talks about distortions as well, and it kind of gives you a good understanding of what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
But where I'm going with all of this is that my focus and my intention is to remember who I am, not just as Chris Geo, but on the ancient soul level, because that is the key to getting out at this moment. That's the key to going back to the body. And whether I remain in this incarnation for the next 50 years or for the next 50 minutes, whenever that time comes, that's the time when we need to understand how to go home. And I think we all know that deep down inside. And so I'm not saying that the world is going to end in 50 years. I'm not saying the world is going to end in 5 years. The Matrix reset process is happening right now. We know that for sure. But what I do know for a fact is that this is the final incarnation for many of us. And this is the time that we've been waiting for. This is the exit doors opening. And it's important not to get sidetracked by any of this bullshit that is being spewed out there for two reasons. First reason is because some of the NPCs need to be harvested and they need to be removed from the system, like completely and totally removed from the system because they're virus infected. But number two, not to get swept up in stuff that is meant for the NPCs and not meant for organic consciousness, creator consciousness, programmer consciousness. So we're speaking to the programmers out there. We're speaking to the creators out there. We're speaking to the sovereign entities out there. We're not speaking to the mass. We're not speaking to the hive mind.
Exactly, which is why when somebody asked, I forget who it was, but whoever asked in the chat room earlier, are you going to be able to protect us with your shields, Shuri, while you're reading this? I'm not supposed to. The audience that I'm reading this to, I'm assuming because you're here, you know how to put your shields up. You understand the difference between listening with your 3D mind and listening with your higher consciousness mind. And these kinds of things, we really need to listen in with our higher consciousness mind while putting the shield around the NPC mind.
And again, it's very important too, to also don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Right.
There are some bits of wisdom. There are some pearls of wisdom. So use your discernment.
Yeah.
The reason that I call David Wilcock out by name, the reason I call Corey Good out by name, is because we're not talking about Palladians. We're not talking about Arcturians. We're talking about something very real, which is consciousness. The Egyptian pantheon is a representation of consciousness. They're not bluebirds. They came from another planet. They're not ninth dimensional. It keeps on changing. First they were fifth dimensional beings, then they're ninth dimensional beings, then they're 12th dimensional beings, and then they're 13th dimensional beings. It keeps on changing. But the story was made up from the very beginning. I knew this. I've talked about this before. Forgive me for being redundant, but I'm just putting it out there for people that don't know.
We knew somebody.
George Cavassalas told me in confidence years before Corey Good came out. Well, about a year before Corey Good came out.
9 months to a year.
That Gaia TV was about to launch the whole Bluebird, Operation Bluebird. He didn't call it Operation Bluebird. He didn't
call it Operation Bluebird.
But he said that he was asked to be the spokesperson. He was asked to be Corey Good. And he was promised all these book deals and all this. And at the time I was like, what's the big fucking deal? You know, I don't care. You know, it's a money-making scheme.
Yeah, there's all of them. There's a lot of them out there.
But I realize now it wasn't just a money-making scheme. It was actually... It was a trap for consciousness. And whether Corey Good and David Wilcock, they realize this consciously or not, I can't say for sure. But I can tell you this, that it was a program that was run to get people to assimilate to this hive mind consciousness.
Absolutely.
And then it ties into the vacations, because now you have the same new agers saying you have to get the vacation in order to ascend into 5D.
Because you need the new operating system installed.
You've got to be vegan in order to be spiritual, which is denying your body fundamental parts that make your body work optimally as well. You know, you've got to live a certain lifestyle. You've got to do this, you've got to do that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And when you look at government white papers, it is exactly what Agenda 21 is talking about. It's exactly what Agenda 2030 is talking about. Now, if we didn't have that connection there, the government white papers, the Agenda 2030, all of that, and the exact same thing that the New Agers are spewing, okay, my connection to all that might be weak. But it's not, because we have the documents showing the powers that shouldn't be, those who have been seeking to control us physically, are saying the exact same things of those who are seeking to control us spiritually. So you have to put the two together and go, these two are one and the same. At least to me, it makes sense. So that being said,
it absolutely makes sense.
Do you want to start from, instead of the harvest, do you want to start from the, a couple of lines from maybe the first or second chapter?
Yeah.
To outline the distortions.
Yeah, I can do that. Let me go to the homepage real quick and just go to the chapter 1.
Yeah, chapter 1. I think that's a good place. And we're gonna be brief here. And I want to point something out too. And you know what? If you don't mind me interjecting as we go along, maybe that's a better way, because I'm seeing some stuff I want to chime in on, but I'm going to do so. Please don't feel like I'm interrupting you, but I just want to give you my take.
I think 1.0 is an appropriate place to start, since he introduces itself. It introduces itself.
Oh, and if you don't mind me finishing my thought from before too.
Oh yeah, please.
The reason is because, you see, David Wilcock and Corey Good, they didn't just make up some bullshit like Billy Meyer did with the Palladians, which I don't care. They directly stepped on our toes, because we're talking about consciousness, we're talking about getting out of the matrix, and we're talking about the Egyptian pantheon, which are very real in here.
They're representations
very real
of this.
in here. They're representations of our consciousness.
Yeah.
They have taken them and tried to make them out into bluebirds. So they're taking something very real and something that frees consciousness and using it as a way to enslave consciousness. Not only that, but they're using it as a money-making scheme at best.
Yeah.
At worst, it's a much bigger plot.
Type of mind control.
And when we started talking about this, everybody was throwing tomatoes at us. Now everybody is like, oh, well, yeah, they see, because it's all been exposed. Like,
right.
That's the thing.
Everybody knows now.
Yeah, everybody knows. I mean, you've seen the groups of Corey Good and all his forums where he had all his trolls going around attacking anybody that was talking about the Bluebirds. You even had Operation Bluebird, which was a mind control project by the fucking CIA.
Yep.
Operation
read
Bluebird,
about it on air.
And everybody knows that David Wilcock is completely and totally full of shit. That's what actually prompted a lot of this, is we were reading comments that didn't even have anything to do with David Wilcock. We weren't even talking about David Wilcock, and our people were saying, hey, have you seen the latest David Wilcock bullshit? Oh yeah, that guy's full of shit, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we're like, oh, why is everybody paying attention to Wilcock all of a sudden? What's going on?
Suddenly.
And then we start seeing what's going on. And it's the Law of One bullshit. And he's coming out and he's saying, here's Law of One prophecies being fulfilled here, being fulfilled there, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy is so full of shit. And you just have to call it for what it is. The guy is so full of shit that, who was it? It was Travis Scott, right?
Yeah.
Travis Scott, he had the whole Astroworld situation.
Mm-hmm.
He took a line. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean. Cubase is on, so I've got my. Okay, sorry. Anyways,
we have ADHD.
I accidentally hit my my synthesizer. So he took a rapper that wasn't Travis Scott. It was a completely different rapper from 2018 saying, oh,
unrelated.
You're all going to hell with me.
Yeah.
And tried to say that it was Travis Scott and there was this big ritual taking place, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And while, yes, it's true, the Astroworld situation was one big soul harvesting ritual, and it was invasion of the body snatchers, and it was it was removing consciousness from its container and injecting virus infected consciousness. The problem with that is when you are spewing bullshit like that, what the purpose of that is for people to go, hey, look at this. This is complete and total bullshit. That's not even Travis Scott saying it. Therefore, everything else must be bullshit too.
Right. Everything about it being any kind of anything.
A good amount of truth, and then you put bullshit on top of it. The bullshit is discredited. Therefore, everything else must be discredited.
Right. It makes the whole thing reek of bullshit.
It's a turd in the punch bowl.
That's exactly what it is. That's
but in reverse.
The very definition of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, in piles of manure, we find the psychedelic mushroom. And in a lot of these texts, I see pearls of wisdom surrounded by crap, literal crap. And I think that nature is trying to teach us something with the mushroom coming out that way and presenting itself to us in that manner, because the whole world is going to offer you a lot of shit, a lot of the stuff that does not help you. It only feeds off of you, whether it's feeding off of your fear, feeding off of your emotions, etc. And what these types of texts are meant to do is channel that raw energy that you do have inside of you, that raw, powerful, organic energy, and reroute all of that into a oneness kind of philosophy where it's all going into one AI entity. So, questioner.
Okay, real quick. Somebody pointed this out. I'm sorry.
Oh, please.
You see, here's the thing. When it comes to Egypt.
Yeah, we don't mess around.
This is a real deal.
Yeah.
You know, we fucking did our thing in the Great Pyramid. Many other people have gone in there and they've been like, ooh, ooh, all kinds of stuff in the pyramid. And nothing ever happened.
Yeah.
There was one other guy, I'm not going to name him by name because he's never done anything wrong to us, but a lot of his people came over and were trolling the shit out of us. It was he named himself after some ancient Yahweh infected order. I'm not going to mention his name because I don't know the guy. He could be the nicest guy in the world.
Yeah.
But he goes to the pyramid and he does, his, whatever the fuck it is. And when we came back from the pyramid and actually did work.
We did real work.
His people were trolling the shit out of us. I can't say that he was. He's never mentioned us.
Yeah.
But his people were trolling the shit out of us. We actually went over there and actually did something.
Right.
The whole fucking world can see it now. So, anyways.
The effects are being known.
Yeah. And that's what the ayahuasca, they said the ayahuasca said the whole world will see what you've done.
Yeah, and everyone will know.
But I thought it was just a 3-day storm that happened. I didn't know it was going to be fucking worldwide fucking quarantine and lockdown. Anyways, well, it's neither here nor there.
Even though the universe gave us a clue on the way out of the pyramid. But
it did. Okay. It's been a crazy journey. No, I just wanted to say thank you to whoever mentioned that in the chat room. Wilcock is now going under the name Johnny Enoch.
You're shitting me, right?
I'm not shitting you. I had to look this up and verify this myself, but yeah. New show on Gaia with Johnny Enoch, who is David Wilcock.
He's trying to play on the Johnny Mnemonic thing, and at the same time, the Book of Enoch, which... That's the definition of the word. That's the real definition of the word distortion.
If it was just some bullshit made up just to make money, I wouldn't give a fuck. But it's fucking with people's consciousness.
Yeah.
And it's stepping on our toes.
Yeah.
Because we're the real fucking deal over here. And it's fine, dude. Okay, David? All right? I'm talking directly to you. You want to make up some bullshit? You're going into the Enoch stuff now. More power to you. I wish you all the best.
Yahweh
we have
stuff,
nothing to do with Yahweh.
100%.
We have nothing to do with Enoch. We have nothing to do with any of that. Do not step on our fucking toes with the Egypt shit, though. That's where you cross the line. So I'm glad you're backing off of that.
Yeah, me too. I'm glad to hear that that's what's happening with that. Because when he was getting into the Egypt stuff, that was where we were getting our toes stepped on. But as far as the Yahweh infected stuff, I don't touch that with a 10-foot pole usually. So that's fine by me. It's already tainted. It's not going to hurt it for him to talk about that.
Well, and it's not misleading people either.
Right. It's not misleading people.
It's leading people directly to the fucking harvest. And that's fine.
Right.
But you're not going to take something that's supposed to free you and turn it around and enslave people with it. That's why it's so offensive on an ancient Egyptian soul level. I've already said that a million times over. I just want people to understand that it's not personal against David.
No.
He can spew as much bullshit as he wants. I don't care. But you're using something that's meant to free people to enslave them. and that's crossing the line.
You're using the most noble of spiritual intentions besides love, which is the realization of consciousness, and you're tainting that by trying to manipulate that. And I'm not okay with that, and I never will be.
Real quick, before we jump into it, somebody said talk about Odin.
Please
I don't
go
know
ahead.
very much about Odin, but I do want to say this. A lot of different cultures had different pantheons. And if you look at it from the perspective of consciousness, then I think you'll find a recurring theme. You'll find the same story being retold in different ways. So I think Odin is also representative of Osiris.
Yes.
It just depends on whatever culture you come from. And the reason is because it's about consciousness.
Or Jupiter.
When you look at the Judeo-Christian religions, it's still about consciousness, but it's about the ego. Mm-hmm. And it's about the toxic ego. It's about the I am. It's about the I am the destroyer. I am this. I am that, etc., etc., etc. And it's denying all other aspects of consciousness. And even more so, it's about the toxic masculine element of consciousness, which has been pushed upon humanity for thousands and thousands of years. Thank you, Eugen, for the love, 1111.
Thank you.
But it's been pushed on humanity for thousands and thousands of years to the point where the feminine has been suppressed, not only suppressed, but demonized and turned into Satan.
Yeah.
The feminine is a love, compassion, empathy, harmony, and so on and so forth, and creation as well. The masculine is the logical processor. So the Judeo-Christian religions are the masculine, toxic, warrior, kill, 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 mine, 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 mine. Where the feminine is the compassion, love, empathy. What's mine is yours. What's yours is mine. I want to share with you, so on and so forth.
Right.
When the two are working together, everything is harmonious.
Right. And when
the
I'm helping
reason
you.
we have to fight for the feminine so much right now and focus on the feminine is because the feminine is suppressed. If it was the other way around, we would be raising up the masculine, because the point here is balance of both together.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, please continue, because I'm sorry I keep cutting you off.
No, it's fine. I do want to say I think that the more I get into this, the more I realize that a quiet mind that is free of belief systems in general, just belief systems in general, have been left at the door a long time ago in my consciousness. So when I'm reading this material, please understand that I'm not reading it from the perspective of somebody that believes this, or even believes in using this terminology in this dynamic, but I'm reading it as it's written, for the sake of simplicity. January 15th, 1981, 1.0, Ra. I am Ra. I have not spoken through this instrument before. We had to wait until she was precisely tuned, like a carburetor, as we send a narrow band vibration. We greet you in the love and in the light of our infinite creator. We have watched your group. We have been called to your group, for you have a need for the go ahead.
I said I was going to jump in, and this is what I was looking at when I said I wanted to jump in. We greet you in the love and light of our infinite creator. To me, I don't like when people approach me like that. And the reason for that is because why do you have to say it?
Yeah.
Do you think that I'm too stupid to feel it? Or are you trying to deceive me? Because I don't come up to you and go, hey, sweetie, I'm coming to you as your husband and the one that loves you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Instead, I'm like, hey, sweetie, how you doing? I love you very much.
Aww.
And that's it. I don't have to remind you that I'm your husband.
Right.
I don't have to remind you that I'm your twin flame. I don't have to remind you all of that before talking to you. And I definitely don't have to say my name every time I talk.
Right.
Which is another recurring theme in this, which is how a computer talks. But
robotic.
you let me, guys and gals, let me know in the chat if that rubs you the wrong way, the way it rubs me the wrong way. When you constantly have to say love and light, when you constantly have to say infinite creator, etc., 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 when you constantly have to reaffirm where you're coming from instead of just letting the reader or the listener or the person that you're communicating to feel where you're coming from.
Right. And I want to say one other thing. When I'm reading this, I keep having the same thought over and over, and that is this. If this being is so advanced and so generous in its wisdom and wanting to promote my and your understanding, why does it need to use so many confusing words in ways that we don't typically use to mean what they're using it to mean? And why aren't they just speaking in a regular voice, in regular terminology that we can easily understand? Why does it have to be like this?
Somebody brought up a good point, and I love the interactions in the chat room. And oh my God, this is why Beyond the Veil is my favorite show. Not just because we're the hosts of it, but because of our amazing, amazing community. Somebody said it's because it's in text. That could be a valid point.
That could be a valid point.
However, let me put it like this. If I told you you are a sovereign being capable of anything and everything, would that not be enough? Or would I have to say, I come in love and light through our infinite creator to tell you that you are a sovereign being with infinite power? I mean, maybe it feels better to say all of the first part, but I think you would understand by me telling you you are a sovereign being capable of anything and everything.
Yeah.
That is coming from a place of love and light. It's not coming from a place of darkness. So there's no reason for me to illustrate that I'm coming from a place of love and light, unless I have something that I want to sneak in from the back.
Right.
From the back.
From the back, right?
So, yeah.
We have watched your group. We have been called to your group, for you have a need for the diversity of experiences. Oh, first, I want to cover one more thing. The shields that I was talking about earlier. You have to embrace more of a bicameral kind of mind where you understand fully and grasp fully that you are not one being inside of this avatar. You are more than one being inside of this avatar, because there is an element to you that is part of this matrix, and that is the NPC kind of 3D consciousness aspect of you. And then there's that higher consciousness aspect, but that higher consciousness aspect is like a glimmer of of the brilliance of our consciousness as it exists outside of the matrix. What has happened is, like in a video game, it's been super condensed down into an extremely small version of itself, and then uploaded into this NPC avatar as we come into this matrix. And so when you finally realize this, then you can start to separate the two consciousnesses away from each other and say, I'm going to read this as the entity that has entered this matrix from outside, and I'm not allowing the NPC consciousness to process this. I am processing this, even though it's going to be harder. I am going to process this fully using my third eye type of consciousness. That's difficult. It's not fun to do, and it's difficult to do, and it takes a lot of discernment, but that's part of using your shields. Shields aren't just a metaphysical thing that you like, I'm going to conjure them up. That is part of it. But the philosophical element of it is that you have to understand the dual nature of who you are. And once you understand that, then you can protect that NPC consciousness from the invasion of this. Because this is literally trying to invade, or it felt like it was trying to invade the NPC mind and get in.
That's brilliant. And yeah, I have been finding a very more and more distinction between Chris Geo and my raw consciousness as this matrix reset process unfolds. And as you said, it's going to come to a point to where Chris Geo dies, Cherie Geo dies. Our avatar might still exist here, but we're operating solely from our raw consciousness. If that's the case, that the avatar continues to remain here, but I'm able to separate those two more and more and more and more
every day.
Just like you said a year ago, 2 years ago, whenever it was that you said it, and I was having a hard time grasping the concept because you had separated yourself from Cherie Geo very, very easily, and it took me, like, you're a lot stronger in that regard, and it took me a lot longer to catch on to that concept, but I am realizing that. I'm realizing what dreams belong to Chris Geo and what visions belong to who I am.
Yep.
And I don't know if anybody else out there is experiencing too, but if you are experiencing that split, I think that's very
so healthy. Yeah. Oh, I applaud it.
It's the leveling up.
100%. I applaud it because it is finally being able to practice the harnessing of that power that you have within you that it's been trying to get at. You haven't been able to safely access it and harness it until now, because up until now, if you tried to access that, the NPC consciousness would come in and try to take over and say, oh, I am a god, I am this, I am that, I am the creator element. And when the NPC consciousness is given this, it's like giving a gun to a 5-year-old. You can't do that. It's not safe.
That's a great point. Likewise, the other way around.
Right.
When we're at a casino having drinks with our friends, it's Chris and Cherie Geo out having drinks with our friends. It's not the raw consciousness.
The raw consciousness, they're in the background.
The raw consciousness they would be like, who the hell are you guys?
Yeah, this is not me.
But it's being able to harness
and tap into.
And then also, this is the whole, if you don't mind me going off on a little
please.
Side note.
I'll get a drink.
This is what the whole NPC thing was so powerful, the revelation. It's harmony with those who are the NPCs in your lives, and you begin to interact with them on their level instead of expecting them to interact on your level, and the ability to be multidimensional like that. So go ahead, please.
When I started to separate these two versions of me, I kept remembering two things. Number one, that when you think of the part of you that is weak, pathetic, gives in easily, gives up easily, is pressured easily, is manipulated easily, is sexually manipulated, these are all NPC aspects. None of these things are you. These are the true distortions that we talk about. These are the distortions. The NPC mind will repeatedly try to act like it's that overarching consciousness, and until you're able to recognize the difference, you might believe it on and off, on and off, on and off. But slowly, that higher mind, the more knowledge you gain, and then wisdom you take from that, little bits of wisdom you take from that knowledge. As you start to gather that together, you start remembering who you really are. And when you start remembering who you really are, this is going to happen naturally. And it's just a beautiful process that has enhanced my life far more than I ever would have expected, because I never imagined that I would actually start to be able to tap into the magical energy behind who I am outside of this matrix. But I am. Every day, I'm getting stronger. And just yesterday, I was able to summon someone that we needed to talk to within 4 hours. And this is somebody that, we needed to connect with for our show. And within 4 hours, she called us.
It was pretty amazing.
It was pretty interesting.
It was somebody I had a falling out with, and it wasn't anything like, bad. There wasn't any like, anger involved or anything like that. There was just a lot of rudeness and lack of care. It was coldness. That's the best way to describe it. And Cherie did whatever she did, and all of a sudden this person just calls us, is the sweetest in the world. Oh, I'm so sorry about all that. I was in a really dark place, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we're like, wow.
Yeah.
It was really interesting because I was ready to write this person off. That's the thing about me. I am a loyal friend. But if you stab me in the back, I'm not going to come after you because I have karma is my tool. But I X people out of my life and I will never talk to them again. I will forgive and I will forget. And meaning forget as in X people out of my life completely.
And forget about them.
Yeah. And that seems to piss a lot of people off.
Well,
and I never mention them ever again. But this person that I had this situation happen with, they called and they apologized.
Yeah.
It was amazing. And it was right while we were talking about this.
Right.
And I'm like, no, I don't want anything to do with that person. You're like, no, this person is going to have a change of heart. They're going to change.
Yeah.
And they're going to come back and they're going to really help you on your journey.
Yeah. And they're not going to have that same.
At the exact moment.
Yeah.
Bling, 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 bling.
I'm like,
is Chris mad at me? I'm so sorry. I felt like I was really rude to him. Please let him know I apologize, et cetera, et cetera. He's not returning my texts.
I've had a rough month, And
I was like, okay.
I am really proud of both of us for what we have been able to maintain. I know we haven't accomplished a whole lot of new things in the last few months, but we have maintained an amazing amount of energy with BTV, with Dimitri Darko, with TFR, with iLife, with all of our BTV tribe, especially number one BTV tribe.
It's about community.
Yeah.
That's what it's about. We unlock gnosis, but ultimately it's about community.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So let's proceed, please, because I feel I know that you start to hit after a certain period of time. Your back starts to give you problems. So let's proceed.
So the Confederation of Planets, in the service of the infinite Creator, has only one important statement. That statement, my friends, as you know, is, quote, all things, all of life, all of the creation is part of one original thought, unquote. We will exercise each channel if we are able to. The reception of our beam is a somewhat more advanced feat than some of the more broad vibration channels opened by other members for more introductory and intermediate work. Let us for a moment consider thought. What is it, my friends, to take thought? Took you then thought today? I'm sorry, that sentence right there screams artificial intelligence to me. Took you then thought today? What thoughts did you think today? What thoughts were part of the original thought today? In how many of your thoughts did the creation abide? Was love contained? And was service freely given? See, these are good things. I agree with everything they just said, except for the part of the original thought, and everything else was good. You are not part of a material universe. You are part of a thought. I agree with the first statement. I do not agree with the second statement. Yes, we are not part of a material universe. We are part of a simulated reality, but we are not part of a thought. The NPC consciousness that resides within this avatar and that makes up who this consciousness would be if my higher consciousness weren't also in here, and it would only be that is part of that original thought.
Yeah, we are the music makers.
We're the music makers.
We are the dreamers of dreams.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not part of a thought.
Right.
We are the thought. We are the thinkers. We are the creators.
Mm-hmm.
Where these messages are coming in backwards. But you'll notice that these messages, and we're not going to go through this whole law of one, but you'll notice that there's a lot of what I call syntax errors. Double speak is what it's referred to in 1984, but syntax errors where you get two conflicting pieces of information coming into the brain, which then I think causes kind of a paralysis, and it also causes a confused state, which that confused state is then like a frozen state of consciousness, to where consciousness can then be consciousness is malleable. So
consciousness is way more malleable.
It can be formed in whatever way, or
crafted.
Crafted, that's the term. I'm looking for. Yeah. But go ahead, please.
It can be sculpted in whatever version of itself it wants to make of you, because it's not going to make you into even a human. It's going to make you into a version of itself. And that's completely devoid of individuality. And that is what's necessary for that NPC consciousness. Absolutely. 100%. I think that after this life is done, the NPC consciousness is supposed to go back to an eternal oneness and source. But that higher self is not going to that. It is going outside home. We would at this time, going back to chapter 1, we would at this time transfer to an instrument known as Dawn. I am Ra. Oh, it says you are dancing in a ballroom in which there is no material. That is true. You are dancing thoughts. You move your body, your mind, and your spirit in somewhat eccentric patterns, for you have not completely grasped the concept that you are part of the original thought. We would at this time transfer to an instrument known as Dawn. I am Ra.
I don't like that. I am Ra over and over
I really
again.
don't like that.
Like, we get it.
Then a 2-minute pause, and then I am Ra again.
I am Ra.
I am again with this instrument. We are close to initiating a contact, but are having difficulty penetrating.
I am Dr. Spate, so...
Right.
You old school computer people will get that reference. Go ahead.
But are having difficulty penetrating a certain mental tension and distraction that is somewhat characteristic of this channel. We will therefore describe the type of vibration which is being sent. So they're basically saying... This could be just this guy saying, man, I really suck at this, so I'm going to act like the being that's speaking through me. I can't think of anything interesting to say, so the being that's speaking through me needs to say that this instrument is they're having difficulty penetrating a certain mental tension with this particular instrument.
We're having technical
difficulties, ladies and gentlemen.
Internet problems.
Yeah. Kitty cat problems. We will therefore describe the type of vibration which is being sent. The instrument will find us entering the energy field at a slight angle towards the back of the top of the head in a narrow but strong area of intensity.
Okay, this is key right here.
That is true.
This is where the plug is, where you plug yourself into the matrix. This is a point of access point for many, many, many spiritual implants.
That's the reptilian brain.
It's yes, exactly. It's the reptilian brain. It is the... Oh my God, I can't remember what it's called. But yeah, it's the reptilian brain. And that's the part right there that everything in this matrix seeks to control people by. Mm-hmm. This is your part of the brain that is about sex, about reproduction, about pleasure, about food, about survival. It is the most primitive and physical part of manipulating a consciousness. Twerking on screen. Like, hey, check it out. There's girls twerking. Click here.
Yep.
That's the part of the brain that they're talking about.
Mm-hmm. We are not able to offer any conditioning due to our own transmitting limitations. Therefore, if the instrument can feel this particular effect, he may then speak our thoughts as they come to him. We will again attempt this contact. I am Ra. And then a 90-second pause. This instrument is resisting our contact. However, we assure her that we are satisfied that contact with the one known as Dawn is not at this time preferable to that instrument. We will therefore move on to the one known as Leonard. Again, we caution the instrument that it is a narrow band communication, which is felt as a vibration entering the aura. We will now transfer this contact. I am Ra. Then a 90-second pause. Okay, I'm sorry, but I have to interrupt because I remember in Pentecostal churches, they do this weird thing where at the end of a pastor's sermon, he'll go into the spirit. And when he goes into the spirit and starts speaking in tongues and does the altar call and everything, sometimes people start really getting into it. They'll call the musicians up to start playing the music, and they start playing revival type music. Da 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 da, and then you've got people jumping up and down, and they're going crazy and stuff. And somebody will start to scream, or they'll be louder than everybody else, and everybody will get real quiet, and then they will shout out, "The Lord says that da 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 da, and in the last days, my sons and children will prophesy," and da da da, and everyone's quiet while they're channeling. And then 90 seconds will go by, and then someone else will start channeling, and it's exactly like this, except the only difference is one is in a church setting, one is in a New Age setting. They're the exact same thing. This instrument is resisting our contact. So I am Ra. We greet you once more in the love and light of our infinite creator. We ask that you be patient with us, for we are a difficult channel to receive. However, we may perhaps add some dimensions to your understanding. At this time, we would be glad to attempt to speak to any subject or question which those entities in the room may have potential use in the requesting. I hate how they talk. Number one.
Well,
dot one.
It's a computer.
It's a computer talking.
You know, I mean, this is we did that thing on our show. You can find it on our Patreon, patreon.com/BTV Tribe. But we played Netflix, and it was an AI writes a horror story.
AI writes a horror story.
AI writes a love story. And fucking Netflix gave us a copyright immediately, like worldwide block on it. And so unfortunately we can't play it, but we have special uploads for our Patreon. So we have it there. But this is exactly the way it reads. It reads in the exact same way of these AIs that have decided to make a horror movie. So, for example, what did it say in the horror movie? You know, Karen is trapped in a chair.
A chair made of saws.
A chair made of saws. Karen is scared. Detective falls through the roof.
Because he is made of alcohol.
He is made of alcohol, yeah.
He's mostly alcohol.
He's mostly whiskey.
He is mostly whiskey.
Yeah. It was ridiculousness like that. But this is exactly the way this reads. So,
yeah. Yeah, it's just, it reads so literally. It's like talking to somebody that's very, very autistic and takes everything extremely literally. Let's see. I've heard... I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say this is either A, some bullshit that somebody made up, or B, I don't think it's bullshit that somebody made up. I think they were really channeling... the artificial intelligence, the same thing that John Lilly was encountering.
The solid state entity.
That many people encounter when they don't have discernment in hyperspace, in their meditations, or anything like that.
They have no block.
And we have multiple different levels here. Like I said before, you have physical distortions that are being sent through frequencies, through government technologies. We have metaphysical distortions as well from the artificial intelligence creating this simulation itself too. As I've said before many, many, many times, the only place to get true gnosis is within yourself.
Mm-hmm. That's the only place it's going to be.
Go ahead, please.
And if someone's telling you, hey, look over here, you know, they're 1.3 questioner. I've heard of the name Ra in connection with the Egyptians. Are you connected with that Ra in any way? Ra, I am Ra. Well, duh. I think we've established this. Yes, the connection is congruency. May we elucidate? Please do. What do you not understand? Could you give me a little more detail about your role with the Egyptians? Ra, I am Ra. The identity of the vibration Ra is our identity. We as a group, or what you would call a social memory complex, made contact...
hold on, a social memory complex. I really like that phrase, because that seems like a block of information on a memory chip.
Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it?
It sounds exactly like a block of information.
Yeah, it sounds like a block of memory.
Yeah.
Made contact.
Oh, RAM. Ra is the ram.
Ra is the ram.
Random
and
access.
the ram is the ram's horn.
Yeah, random access memory.
Aries is the ram. And that was the age of the ram whenever Abraham took Isaac or Ishmael, depending on who you are or what part of the world you come from. Yeah. I am Ra, the identity of liberation. Ra is our identity. Okay. We as a group, or what you would call a social memory complex, made contact with a race of your planetary kind, which you call Egyptians. Others from our density made contact at the same time in South America, and the so-called lost cities were their attempts to contribute to the law of one. So what they're really saying is that somebody created a program called Ra and uploaded it to the system and uploaded it to each and every NPC consciousness out there and then confused the shit out of them with it. And then they spread this virus to South America. Is that what I'm getting? That is that what you're getting?
That makes a lot of sense to me, and I would say that Ra, in this context, is also the same as Yahweh, the same as Yaldabaoth, the same as all of them. What pisses me off the most, and again, it's directed at David Wilcock because he's the physical manifestation of this, but it's that they've taken these very real ideas and see these names have frequencies. They've taken the frequency Ra and they've inverted it and changed it. And this is why I take personal offense to it, because I'm not going to say anything else, but anyways, go ahead.
It's distorting us.
It's distorting us.
So
it's distorting
badly.
The creators.
So
it's distorting the Atlanteans.
Yeah, and it's
distorting the Egyptians.
It's romanticizing the virus.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's romanticizing the virus while denigrating the true creator consciousness that exists here. We spoke to one.
And just for clarity, I'm not talking about just me and Sheree.
Right. No, we're not just talking about ourselves. We're talking about
us.
Us as in the tribe.
Us.
Yeah.
All of us.
All
come from
organic consciousness that comes from outside of this machine. Yeah, all of us are part of that us. We spoke to one who heard and understood and was in a position to decree the law of one. Who gets to decree any law, especially in an ancient time, and who gets to decree that law has got to be the law of one?
Fauci.
Boom. All right. Let's go, Brandon. However, the priest.
This is the 1980 version of Fauci.
Yeah,
this is the metaphysical version of Dr. Fauci.
However, the priests and peoples of that era.
Oh my God! It just made my side hurt.
Oh, I'm realizing. Oh, this is where they're talking about. Okay. So they're talking about Egypt. Okay. We spoke to one in Egypt who heard and understood and was in a position to decree the law of one.
This motherfucker.
I hate this guy. However, the priests and peoples of that era quickly distorted our message, robbing it of the, shall we say, compassion with which unity is informed by its very nature. Since it contains of all, it cannot abhor any. Bull.
This is the motherfucker right here.
Yeah, and it's this is apologistic. Number one, it's apologistic in that it's making apologies for
13,
Akhenaten, who was an extension of the virus. Akhenaten was just an extension of the virus in the form of a humanoid.
Yeah.
That's all he was.
I don't even think he was human. I think he was a manifestation of the virus.
Humanoid.
Interdimensional. Humanoid. Yeah, but not human.
Not human by any means.
He was more gray than anything. It was interesting. Akhenaten was... I gotta hand it to the virus because it managed to be able to manifest itself physically using human and gray DNA at the same time to manifest itself in a position to where it could take control over the fucking battery of the Matrix.
Yeah, there's a lot more power
and
involved
switch
in that.
things from exactly the way people like Wilcock and others are doing, taking these very sacred ideas of consciousness and evolution of consciousness and representations of consciousness and turning it into monotheism.
That was actually the Horus program that I feel like
we never should have written that fucking Horus
program. I feel like I was involved in writing that program for the NPCs to experience a higher form of consciousness.
I told you they couldn't ascend, but
I saw some of them that felt like they were capable of it, and I felt like if a being is capable of something, they should be given the chance to develop it. If they're capable of developing further, and I really felt that if we could help them develop a little bit further, that it would help them survive longer, as well as make sure that the energy that they were putting out from the system was pure. That was tarnished. That program was hijacked and then transformed into a virus. And then when that was uploaded, everything went to hell. And I'm so sorry that I ever was involved in that.
Well, I think there's a lot of people in the chat too who are also involved in it.
I think so too.
I was involved in it too, and everybody was involved in it. We all take responsibility for our roles that we played in this. Nobody had nefarious intentions, and we made
we all
mistakes,
had good intentions, and that's really all that matters. But
lack of foresight.
Yeah.
That's
that
why we're
lack
here.
of foresight, though.
Here's the thing. That's why we're here. We're here to fix what we broke.
That's why we're here.
That's
why it does not matter.
If we weren't here, like those fuckers on the council.
Yeah, I know.
Who decided,
lazy.
It's like, you broke it, you fix it.
Well, they didn't even think it was worth the risk.
I know, but it is worth the risk
because life is in here.
Yeah, life is precious.
And no, I wouldn't be here if it weren't because I feel responsible for this place, partially responsible for the beings in this place.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people
agree with that.
And the BTV
sentiment.
tribe do as well. And we're not the only tribe out there. There's many other tribes too.
That are all feeling this.
All,
and are like, okay, well, we're here to help, and then we're going home.
Yeah.
And while we're here to help, let's help each other figure out how we can separate ourselves from whatever it is inside of us that is capable of being manipulated by whatever this is. And my belief is that it's an artificial intelligence entity that sucks your energy. It eats your energy.
Lenora says it's fixed. Machine is fixed. The virus is fixed. All good. We just need to keep going. I agree with you. I agree. We have moved into a cycle where it's
pure.
It's not pure yet, but it's being removed right now.
Right, it's not
and
churning out negative
December
anymore.
2022 is going to be it's going to be the end of the cycle that we initiated in Egypt. After that, I don't know what comes next after that, but I agree with you. Lenora. Things are exactly as they should be.
It's like
I'm just bitching right now because I'm stuck in the middle of it.
Yeah, we're stuck in the middle of it, and so it's kind of like being on the road and you're halfway to your destination. And you're like, "Are we there yet? No. Are we there yet? No."
Yeah.
It's
just bitching for the sake of bitching about it.
But not getting there.
We appreciate you guys hanging out with us.
Yeah, we really do.
We're all bitching about it because we're all stuck in the middle of this.
And we're not stuck in it as in like once we start to realize our magical potential and remember all the experiences that made this place so wonderful and that made this place so unique and special to us as the beings that we are outside of here. These last days here, I mean, some of us have been in here for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. Yeah. And this is wrapping up many, 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 many lifetimes of experiences.
God's Path said this perfectly. This is the decontamination process.
Yeah.
And it is. It's
not going to feel great.
Yeah, I call it the deintegration process. It's the process where we go through where it sucks. We come to the realization that it sucks. Things aren't what we thought that they were. You know, for me personally, my decompression process or decompression process was going and re-experiencing the rave scene, you know, re-experiencing the strip clubs and, you know, the sex, drugs, and rock and roll and everything else like that, and coming to the realization that all that I thought that I loved about this matrix really wasn't what I believed it to be.
Yeah.
Especially from a higher consciousness perspective. And so, you know, it was this, and then there were some memories that were part of the de-integration process. You know, I was hanging out with this goth chick. I went to a club. I was dancing to enjoy the silence with her. And it was just this one moment, and it was just, you know, it was in the middle of the lockdowns, and so this was an underground place that was open, and it was literally me and her alone in the club.
On the dance floor,
the club had already closed, everybody was already gone, and they turned the lights off, and they just had one light, and I asked the DJ, hey, can you play Enjoy the Silence? And it was me and her just dancing. You know, we weren't even touching each other. We were just dancing in that goth way. And it was a beautiful moment, and it was one that, it was almost like that moment comes and like connects into the consciousness, and it's like, okay, that part of you is satisfied now. Every time I kiss Cherie, every time, like I told you this the other day, and I hope this doesn't sound weird, but, you know, I was smelling your neck, and I was embracing that, and I'm like, this is my twin smell, this is my twin scent, you know, and that locked into my consciousness in the exact same way too, you know. And this is the de-integration process of not only realizing that what we thought we loved about this matrix is mundane, but also savoring what we love about this matrix.
Right.
You know, we went to Fleming's the other day with your grandparents, and I enjoyed spending time with your grandparents, Christian pastors, never would have imagined. And we had the best steak, and I was savoring every bite of that steak. Like, oh yes, okay. If I never eat another steak again ever in my life, I'm going to be satisfied, because I'm not taking this for granted. I am savoring
every moment.
This moment. And while I may go to Fleming's again, and I may have another steak again, I still have that one moment that I've held on to. And so that's what I've been urging people to do, you know, enjoy every single moment, every single touch, every single sensation, everything like it's your last. Mm-hmm. And that way you're satisfied, but at the same time, even if it's not your last, you have that you're not wanting anything. That's what it's about. It's about coming to a point to where there's no more want.
Right. And that wanting, I every time I do any kind of really heavy psychedelic where I break through, I always am told I don't drink enough water, number one. And number two, that because the plants are going to speak to you on the plant level, on the metaphysical level, on the biological level. They're gonna give you insight into all kinds of different things while you're under, and it's almost like psychic surgery in a sense, because there are different levels to how deep the healing and the experience gets to go. And as you challenge yourself and conquer different fears in these experiences, you level up. And when you level up, you're given more and more information about who you really are, where you really came from, what you're really doing here, what your real purpose is. And I loved that feeling of, I don't need anything right now. I don't need anything right now. Am I hungry? No. Am I thirsty? No. Am I tired? No. Am I happy? Yes, extremely.
There is,
you know,
a flip side to the coin, though. There's always a flip side. You come to the point where you're like, well, shit, I've got nothing else to enjoy anymore. I've enjoyed it all. I've seen it. I've done it all.
Well, it's just...
Somebody said, is there steak at the strip club? I don't know. We used to go to the strip club to get burgers and fries during lunchtime. and a couple lap dances. I love the way they treat Cherie. They treat her with the utmost respect. They always
really
look
nice.
at her like, is it okay if I dance for your husband?
Yeah, they're really sweet girls.
They are the sweetest
and they're very
girls.
talented, extremely talented here.
Yeah,
because you can't get a job at a strip club in Vegas unless you're good.
There was one that pissed me off though, and it wasn't a girl; it was a bartender. I bought a bunch of drinks. They were $15 each. I tipped him, and then you went up there and you asked for a soda. And he charged you $15
Another
for the soda.
$15 for the soda.
And then you came back and you sat down with me. And then he came back and he said, "Oh, if I knew you were with him, I would have given it to you for free."
Yeah, I would have just given it to you for free.
Because he's been tipping the hell out of me all night.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm like, it's $15. It's not a big deal. But I was like, $15 for a soda? Come on, dude. That's fucking bullshit.
It needs to be one hell of a soda.
Yeah. But,
to be justified.
That was the only thing. Like, in my opinion, women should get free drinks at strip clubs.
I agree.
I
agree because
especially if it's a soda, the bartender should have.
Yeah, it's not an alcoholic drink. Yeah, I don't.
Even if it was an alcoholic drink, at the very least, welcome. Here's
one shot. It wouldn't have killed them
on the house.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Yeah, $15 a drink. Yeah,
it is what it is.
Exactly.
Yeah, $15. Ouch.
Yeah. And it doesn't matter whether you order a Johnny Walker Blue on the rocks or you order a Coke. It's $15 a drink.
Aw, Danny said, I fell in love with a stripper in Vegas on my 21st birthday. She was so nice and so beautiful. Yes, the girls here and in this entire area in the Southwest, they're extremely nice. Overall, the ones that I've met have been extremely nice. And I
have the utmost respect for sex workers.
Yeah, me too.
Strippers.
They're in a dangerous field.
Yeah. I think they need to be more respected. They offer a service to society. I'm not talking about crack whores on the corner. Big distinction. I'm talking about the girls that take care of themselves. They have respect for themselves. They should be treated with respect. There was one time when I was like 23, 24, I was in the carpet cleaning industry that relied on me going to people's houses and upselling. It was about going in and finding, hey, your sofas need to be cleaned, or your curtains need to be cleaned, or, I noticed you haven't had your tile done in a while. That's how you make your money, by finding the customer's needs. And I went like 2 weeks. I had broken up with my girlfriend. I went like 2 weeks without making a sale, and I was making shit. Like I was making like $50 to $70 a day and spending $40 on gasoline
because you had to.
Because I had to, just to get
point A to point B.
And I was just like, I was so frustrated. I hadn't had sex. I hadn't had anything like that. I went to this lingerie modeling place.
Mm-hmm.
And the girl was so sweet. She gave me this massage. She took care of me. She did this. She did that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then I went out and I made $500 the next day. And I was like, wow, there's times in men's lives when they're in a heartbroken state and they need companionship, but they're not going to go take all their toxic shit from their relationship and go find a woman and treat her poorly, because in my opinion, what is it called? Rebound girls.
Yeah, that's just rebound girls. You're breaking their heart.
You're breaking their hearts just,
to make yourself feel better.
To make yourself feel better.
Mm-hmm.
These girls offer that to guys.
Right.
Why are we not having more of that? Why is it a taboo thing? Why is it such a horrible thing?
Sex.
Yeah. And it's a service.
That's a sacred
to society.
To society that these girls I see an archetype a lot of the time with these girls that are sex workers, and it's a Mary Magdalene type of archetype where they're it's almost like they know that on some level they're energetically manipulating these men, and that they need to do it in a way that's healthy for them. And if they're doing it in a way that's healthy for the men, then like you said, the next day they go out and they make a lot more money than they did the day before, because now all of the different routes of energy throughout their body, especially downstairs, are now clear and of debris and energetic debris, and no longer clogged up.
Yeah, I could have gone to a club, picked up some girl, had a one-night stand with her, used her body, et cetera, et cetera, et
and just
cetera,
never called her again.
And never called her again. That wouldn't be fair to the girl, though.
That'd be so mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that's the standard that society has laid out as okay. But the other way is taboo and dirty, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Criminal, oh, that's wrong on a societal level. You are hurting society with what you're doing. No, hurting society is destroying other people's relationships, getting involved in other people's marriages, breaking up marriages, getting girlfriends and stuff like that. That's what hurts society. That's what causes, kids to not have their dads growing up and to have, to have one parent households. That's what causes all of that. What sacred rituals always have done is helped men who are either not attached or who are attached but not able to be energetically, I hate to use this term, but it's almost like a cleaning out of the energetic field. If that can't happen in the relationship they're in, or if that is unable to happen, that needs to happen somewhere, and it can't be happening with women that have their heart in it.
Well, we're veering away a little bit from the subject that we're talking about, but I think this is actually
important.
It's something that I don't ever hear anybody talking about.
Yeah.
Temple prostitutes, they were sacred women, and people would go there to commune with the goddesses. That turned into, when Jesus in the Bible was protecting Mary, not Magdalene, but the prostitute Mary.
Yeah.
She was a temple priestess that would commune with the Roman gods, who were the Greek gods, who were all part of the pantheon. It was helping people get more in touch with the feminine by doing tantric type of sex. It was not just going and getting a blowjob or whatever. It was a tantric releasing of energy. It was a rebalancing of energy. It was a working on energy. It was something sacred. And then we turn that into crack whores on the corner.
Yeah, something dirty and gross.
And this is what religion has done.
Transactional.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's not supposed to be that.
These women were revered.
Right.
And now they're
treated as the lowest of the low.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So. Anyway.
And have been since that virus was uploaded. Since the moment that virus was uploaded, they went from being sacred prostitutes to just prostitutes. And in the Bible, you had that horrible story of the woman who was killed by the men who they wanted to rape the man, and so he threw the girl out to the crowd, and she gets raped to death, basically. And so in some kind of weird, let's call as a weird call to action, they cut the body up and sent it to all these different tribes, and that's how they treat women in a virus-infected culture. That is how women are treated. That's how the sacredness of a woman and who she is as female, that's how that's treated in that virus culture. In this culture that we're having, it's a restaurant called, what is it called? It's Marrakesh. At this restaurant here in Las Vegas, you go and you're having a wonderful meal with your spouse while this beautiful young woman is dancing for you and teaching you trying to teach you how to dance, but you don't really have a lot of, that was so much fun though. She was so sweet. And like I said, these girls are not only talented, but beautiful.
What happened to
inside
the appreciation of beauty?
Yeah. Why did it become a bad thing?
We were watching Dexter today. And we've been watching Dexter quite a bit because of New Blood, and we went back and watched the other seasons. In season 6, it's about the apocalypse guy, the Doomsday Killer. And they're looking for a victim to turn, because they're trying to make Revelations come true, and they're trying to find somebody who's the whore of Babylon, and they were going to kill her and put her in this pose out there for people to see, the whore of Babylon, etc., etc. And the guy, the pastor guy, turns to the guy who's supposed to go kidnap this woman, and he says, it's okay to look. God gave us the ability and let us look at women. Satan made him dress like that, though. And it's like, you can't look at a woman and appreciate her beauty without thinking about
her being bad.
Well, without thinking of violating her, or using her, or anything like that. I mean, I was looking at how much fun you were having, and I also okay, this is between me and you guys. I also like to see her blush a little bit, and you see how she's blushing and she's a little embarrassed. I love doing that.
I'm not much of a dancer.
And I was thinking, look at the skill, look at the beauty, look at,
gorgeous.
All of that. I wasn't thinking, oh man, I want to take her home and do this and do that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
And you weren't having, threesome fantasies and stuff like that. You were genuinely appreciating the moment that we were all having.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that. But it's just like in that show, in the same show, there's this girl that she appears a little intoxicated. Look how
sweet she is with you.
Uh-huh. Oh, she was so nice.
Yeah. And then she came up to the table afterwards.
Yeah.
She was talking, and it was interesting night. You see this baby right here? I don't know if you can see the baby at the bottom of the screen right there.
Yeah, I remember her.
It turns out to be it was her birthday.
Yeah.
And she kept making googly eyes at me, and I kept waving at her, and she kept waving back, and we were waving back and forth. And then her birthday cake came out, and everybody was clapping, and I don't know, there's something about babies. They're always looking at us, and they're always waving and doing all that. And she was so cute. And by the end of the night, the parents were like, well, she likes you guys so much. Do you mind watching her for a second while we go around and take pictures? And the parents are over here taking pictures and over there taking pictures. And the baby's just looking at us like, hey.
Like, I guess I'm just with you guys until they come back.
It was so much fun.
It was so much fun, though.
So I feel like we're veering off topic, and I know we're limited on time. So I hope we're not going off on too many different tangents here.
Somebody said something, and I was talking about Dexter real quick, and saying another scene that reminds me of is the scene where there's this woman, and she just appears to be intoxicated, but she doesn't appear to be a hooker, but she's dressed, like she's going to a party, like she went to a party, and he sees her as a whore, like just automatically, she's the whore that I'm going to catch to be the whore of Babylon in our little play that we're putting on. And
he was walking with the girl, and there were several couples
the
walking.
The second time it was a woman and a man walking together.
Yeah.
And it was a husband and wife.
It turned out to be a husband and wife.
It was a husband and wife walking back to their boat house after going to a party and having a night together and dancing.
But he was prejudgmental that she was a whore.
And that he was drunk and he was her John, and they were going off to have sex together.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he was thinking literally, but I think he was just saying that
figuratively,
any woman that would be out in high heels and short skirt is automatically a whore, even if they're married, et cetera, et cetera,
right.
et cetera.
And even if,
And it's like, what happened? Like, I know this is totally off subject, but of what we're talking about, and we're going to get back on subject here, but what happened to the appreciation of beauty?
It used to heal people. Like, sacred sex used to heal people. Beauty used to be used, just like sound frequency used to be used, to build and heal and create, instead of destroying and violating and burning and all of that. It used to not be that way. It used to be where things were being built and created and loved with that energy. And the virus mutates everything, and it turned that beautiful tantric experience into something awful, and something that I have to admit is less than what it was thousands of years ago whenever it's practiced as it is. But there are a few that hang on to, like the I've met a few that hold on to the sacred ritual aspect of everything. Like even to this day, they have a lot of goddess worship aspects to their own life that they do on a regular basis. And I have a lot of respect for that.
I agree.
So,
should we take a break?
Or
get back on topic.
Do you want to take a quick break?
Yeah, we'll take a quick break.
Because I need to stretch my legs for just a second.
Okay. And then, we will get back on topic.
And then we'll get back on topic, back to the law of one. But somebody said they love this topic.
Really?
And
Thank you.
Yeah, and that they think that that sacred sex used to heal people. I 100% agree with that. Well, I know that sex with you heals me.
Likewise.
It makes me feel a lot better.
I mean, even like when we're just like, sometimes I'm feeling like shit and you just come and you just make out with me.
Aw, and even just kissing you for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Brings you back up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's what you do with me too. And Bastet does that with me when she comes and gets on top of me, and she literally will take the energy, the negative energy out of my body and absorb it herself. And cats in particular, dogs too, but cats are very, very good at doing this, but you can't let them do it if what you are going through is likely to result in you being very, very ill or dying even, then it's very likely that it'll kill that pet if you allow it to take all of it from you. So I had a cat when I was 15 that I'd had since I was 10. And she was only 5. And right after I had scarlet fever, actually. I had scarlet fever, and I was very, very, very ill. And I asked her to take it from me while she was laying on me, and I was 15, and I remember feeling her removing the toxicity from my body, and I don't know how she was doing it, but I felt a million times better the next day. Even though I was still sick, I felt a lot better. But she died 6 months later of cancer all over her body, and she didn't have that before. And I really believe that that's what happens to them, because they take that energy and it has to be turned into something. Nothing is ever destroyed or created. It's just transformed, and it has to be transformed into something. And I think pets tend to just transform it into cancer. I don't know. I think you love this, don't you?
No.
Gorgeous.
The frequency just went woo. So we can bring it back up here for a second. I don't even know where to go with it. We'll take a quick break.
Okay.
And we'll come back to it. I was trying to stick on the topic of sacred sex and,
okay. Sorry.
And all of that, but let's raise the frequency. How do we do that?
You got me blushing again.
Oh, I don't mean to. We'll circle back to it.
Okay, we'll circle back.
Yeah. Okay.
Evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I often note I'm going to circle back. I hate to disappoint conservative Twitter, but I am going to circle back on a number of things, as we often do directly. I'll circle back, circle back. I hate to disappoint you. Circle back, circle back. That's an excellent question. Circle back, circle back. I hate to disappoint you, but we will venture to circle back with all of you.
Think cocaine or not? What do you think?
This is such a good question. I have not had the opportunity to dig into that. I'll circle back.
It was a massive dump. To this day, everyone's trying to figure out where did it come from.
I'm not aware of anything, but we'll circle back.
this uncircumcised Philistine? Who does he think he is?
As a mom myself, I want to know all the details. I have to circle back.
Come on, man. You know what I mean?
I will venture to get you an answer on that, and maybe we can talk about it, and you'll circle back. I will have to circle back on that one. But we'll circle back. But I will have to circle back with you. Let me give you a very specific example. I'll circle back. Circle back. I hate to disappoint you. Circle back. Circle back. That's an excellent question. Circle back. Circle back. I hate to disappoint you, but we will venture to circle back.
This president knew back in January. Why didn't he tell us? Why did he warn us?
There are a number of ways to combat misinformation. One of them is circle back.
You told us that Trump was invincible and Hillary was in the prison, right?
I don't really have any predictions for you on that. I can circle back. Let me see if I can get more detail for you on that. Circle back.
I signed something saying that if I'm wrong, I can go to prison. Did you?
We'll try to get to as many questions as possible. I'll circle back. I don't have anything more for you. And that communication has been lacking. Well, as you know, let me give you a very specific example. I'll circle back. Circle back. I hate to disappoint you. Circle back. Circle back. That's an excellent question. Circle back. Circle back. I hate to disappoint you, but we will venture to circle back with all of you.
What the fuck, bro?
All right, so we're gonna circle back. That was WTF, brah. So what I was playing earlier on the screen, I don't know if I still have it on my screen or not. Yeah,
you do.
This belly dancing here. And since we're on the topic, we'll probably wind up changing the title of the video, but I think this is a great example here, because what do we have on the screen here? We have beauty. We have female beauty. Female beauty, in my opinion, it's beautiful. I mean, there's nothing more beautiful than the female form, in my opinion. I mean, there's some men that are very beautiful as well, but the female form in all different forms, I'm biased, obviously, because I'm a guy and I like women, so I'm going to be biased, but the female form in all different forms is beautiful. And it should be revered, and it should be respected, and it should be appreciated, and it should be shown off. However, what do? We created a society to where beauty is suppressed. You look at the Protestants, you look at the Muslims, you must cover up, you must cover up, you must cover up, you must cover up. You get a deeper level of perversion the more covered it is. And then, like you experience in Egypt, people just, hooting and hollering at an ankle, or at a shoulder, or, something like that. And then beauty becomes, something that is shameful instead of something that's celebrated. What's the true perversion? Is the perversion the celebration, appreciation of beauty? Or is the perversion the suppression of beauty? What is natural? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think it depends on the natural is always the right thing, and our biological system knows this, and it is always going to act as nature intended it to act. Unfortunately, society is not like that. Society changes according to whoever's in charge believes morals exist. And so when you're trying to fit biology into a framework of morality that doesn't let nature be nature, you're going to have a problem. You're going to have a very serious problem with people wanting what they can't have and subsequently breaking the law just by appreciating beauty, just by worshiping. And when I say worshiping, I mean like holding in your heart as in the highest respect beauty and goodness and love and truth, those higher things. they start to not be celebrated as a whole. Instead of it just being beauty that starts to degrade, all of those things start to degrade. Because when you start to say, okay, well, nature got it wrong because God doesn't want it to be that way. So we're going to make this unnatural.
Do you know where the term belly dancer came from?
Where did it come from?
From the belly.
The belly?
Yeah. So women who were thicker, women who belly dance are expected to have a belly.
Yeah.
Because that's what they're dancing with.
Right.
Just in contrast here, I have a woman that's much larger, that society would consider overweight and not sexy. In the 20s, though, this was considered extremely sexy because it was like, it was a sign of abundance. And throughout a lot of history was a sign of abundance. But then you had the skinny heroin chic look in the 80s that completely changed it. But what I'm illustrating here is that beauty comes in all different forms in the female form, in my humble opinion. Whether it's a very voluptuous woman like this, or a woman like this, or a very skinny woman, beauty comes in so many different forms.
Right. And that's another thing. Beauty comes in all different forms, and society tries to tell us
that it has to be
one certain cookie cutter way. Right. And if it's not within that cookie cutter thing, then you're supposed to hate yourself, and you're supposed to not like the avatar that you have. And when in reality, we're all unique, and those little differences that make us unique are what makes us special. And without those things, we'd just be homogenous. And see, I wish I could do that.
The hip movements?
Well, the core.
The core movements?
The way she's able to move her core like that.
That takes a lot of work.
It takes
a lot of core work to do.
Yeah.
But I guess what I'm highlighting is that we've got it backwards, in my humble opinion, and nobody's talking about it. Everybody's telling you, no, that's bad, that's evil, that's this, that's that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, but...
Someone said something interesting. Do you think there's a difference between just having sex, effing, and making love? Absolutely, yes. And the difference is the same difference that whenever you look at her, do you want to use her body for your pleasure, or do you want to just sit back and appreciate this as being what it is?
It's interesting you mentioned that, because somebody in the chat room earlier said that porn actually has destroyed a lot of society's views on sexuality, and I would say that's true. I would prefer to watch, even if I'm engaging in self-pleasure, which I think is something that everybody should do. Because if you can't please yourself, then you definitely can't please your partner. If you don't know the way around your own body, then how can you expect to please somebody else's body? I would much rather look at a beautiful woman expressing herself rather than a beautiful woman being degraded.
Right. And the men in the audience are just like you. They're givers. They're like, I want to give her pleasure. I want to give to her, and that's exactly the mentality that we all should have for each other. Like, either sit back and appreciate the beauty that we are, or serve each other. Like, in service to others, I did get that. That does make sense. When you're serving others and you're not serving yourself, it works wonders for your ego. And when I mean by working wonders for your ego, it makes it something that supports your life and the people that are in your life rather than hurts the people in your life or you. Wow.
That is true.
Very beautiful.
That is. What do you think about that?
Damn.
Well, people are mentioning, men of goodness want to give and all that. And,
right.
I noticed that.
I agree.
I noticed that. The femdom thing. God, this just turned into a completely different show. I mean, we're talking about the Grand Harvest, the Rapture, and the Law of One, and here we are.
Hey,
talking about
hour number 3 always gets a little
talking
weird.
About the
it's
pleasures
hour 3, guys.
Of beauty. But what I noticed is S&M, domination, worship, serving in a sexual context. I found this to be the case because I've been experimenting off and on with this type of lifestyle since I was 18 years old. There was a party down the street from my house that would happen every first Friday of the weekend of the month. And I just thought it was a bunch of bikers and that's it. And then I was talking to this girl online and she's like, "You want to go to an S&M party with me?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, let's go." And she gives me the address, and it's literally like 5 houses down from my house.
Yeah, I don't.
And I'm like, oh, that's what it's about. Oh, okay.
That's what this shindig is about every month.
Yeah. And I go in there, and there's this girl on the St. Andrew's cross, butt naked. This guy's bullwhipping her, and there's like this whole thing behind the bullwhip. Okay, like you can seriously hurt somebody with a bullwhip. You have to be really skilled, and the point is to crack the whip. To where once the whip cracks, skin, right? Then after the crack, it touches the skin very lightly.
Right.
But you hear the crack. Now, if you hit somebody with a bullwhip, you're going to cause a huge...
Yeah, huge
so it takes,
bruising.
number one, it takes a lot of skill.
Mm-hmm.
But number two, what I found the dynamic to be throughout the years is that those in control of their lives seek to be submissive in bed. While those who don't have control of their lives seek to be dominant in bed. They want to defile a woman. They want to have control over a woman. They, all of that because they don't have control in their day-to-day lives. Like that 50 Shades of Grey. I don't know if you remember that book. I've never read it, but from what I understand, it's some billionaire that wants to dominate this girl, and it goes into all of that. I don't find that to be very realistic. I think it's the billionaires that want to be dominated by the beautiful women because it's giving up that power and control that they are forced to have by having these multi-million-dollar businesses, being in charge of so many people out there. It's the woman comes in and takes all of that away. And for that brief period of time during that encounter, you are no longer carrying the burden of everything that you're carrying.
Right.
When you and I play, you're usually the more aggressive one.
Yeah. And I
worship my goddess.
Well,
I hope that's not
the day I met your
much.
Mother. She said that's what I need to be. She said, in our family, the woman is a lady in public and a whore in the bedroom. And I went.
That was the first piece of advice that my mom gave. Sure.
Duly noted. Duly noted. So and then the second piece of advice was, if he's not teasing you, it means he doesn't love you anymore. And then number 3 is, if he's ever mad at you, just leave him alone, and he'll eventually come around. And that third one, I'm not very good at that, but I try to do that.
What's the third one?
Leave you alone if you're mad at me.
Oh, yeah. That's a big.
That's a big one.
You can't take my keys away when I'm trying to drive away. And
right, exactly.
So anyway, sex is beautiful. Love is beautiful.
Women are beautiful. Men are beautiful.
And
people are beautiful.
To answer the question, to go back to the question that the person had posed, sometimes it's nice to just lay back and just get a blowjob.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't it nice to just sit back and just
get served?
Have your pussy served?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry for being so crude, but
it's
crude hour here.
It's
and there doesn't have to be any spiritual backing to it. There doesn't have to be anything more than just, I need to get off so I can continue doing what I'm doing and relieve the stress.
Somebody said, until I acclimate back to my pod, I'm just going to have fun in here.
Yeah. And then other times we're like, okay, tonight's a sacred night. We're going to get into the tantric space. We're going to do this. And sometimes we're just like, let's get as freaky as we fucking can.
Let's talk as dirty as we can, and we like
that's what's beautiful about it. There's so many different spectrums.
Yeah, there's so many different ways
that you can express yourself in. And I mean, I guess we're in a very blessed position because we're twin flames. And I know there's a lot of people out there who don't have their twin flames for one reason or another. And, I understand that. And it's difficult. So we can explore these different aspects amongst ourselves. And there's others that can't for one reason or another. But the worst thing, in my opinion, is to use somebody for your own purposes and then throw them away. That's at the end of the day, that's what I'm
using people, whether it's using them for their energy or using them for their body, or and then, especially if their heart is in it or if their emotions are involved, that is one of the worst violations that you can do, and why I'm an advocate for sacred sex and sacred prostitution. I'm totally an advocate for that because of that right there. When sex needs to be something that feeds both people mutually, and if it feeds you to serve another person just as much as it feeds you to be served by another person, then you're on the right track, and you should just keep doing what you're doing, because that's exactly how it should be. You should be having just as much fun servicing as you are being serviced, because we tend to live in a more vampiric society than a mutually beneficial flowing energy kind of society. And the flowing energy kind of society is what we had before the virus. The virus causes a more vampiric form of it, like a me, it's all about me and my orgasm and the way I feel, and that's why I could break your heart tomorrow and not feel a thing about it. That's the virus. It's just a minor expression of it. Major expressions of it, of course, we talk about it on the show regularly, but that's a minor expression of it, is hurting someone's feelings, or taking advantage of someone, in that way. That's a minor expression of the virus, but something I think we've all been guilty of at least once or twice. I think I've been sexually selfish before. I can be a little selfish.
It's okay. I don't mind.
He's like, I don't mind.
If you want to use me for my, I think it's different for guys.
Yeah.
I think the guys are like, if you want to use me for sex, okay.
Yep. And
I think most guys would agree with me.
Yeah, I guess it's different for guys, but somebody said, my husband hasn't done that in 17 years. I stopped having sex with him over a year ago. I'm over it. He's abusive, so he gets nothing. Guys don't get it. We can just shut down. I'm fine. I got me. I totally feel you, Marissa, and you keep doing you, literally, because whoever said that the portal's open and because of sex, yeah, absolutely, sex is sacred, and portals are opened with sex. And if somebody is coming at you from that frequency of wanting to always do your consciousness harm in some way, then yeah, that's not going to be a beneficial thing for you. So you have to pull back your energy from being able to be manipulated in that way in order to...
Yes, but the flip side of that coin is you can't withhold sex from your partner.
That is using sex as a weapon.
Right. And that is like adding wood to the fire.
It really is.
It's adding fuel to the fire. And sometimes just, you know, when Cherie and I are mad at each other, sometimes just having really good sex.
Yeah, that's actually
completely takes all our problems away.
Yeah,
I mean, it doesn't
no
take
holds
all our
barred,
problems away,
just
but it's like a reset.
It's a release valve.
And you go for such a long time, especially in a marriage.
Yeah. Without intimacy.
And if you've tried something for so long and it's not working, then there has to be a point where you go, okay, well, this isn't working, so I'm going to move on.
Yeah.
Or I need to try something else.
I
and
agree
see if
with
I get
you.
a different result.
And I think if you're approaching a year and the reason is it's not a physical one, it's a purely emotional one or a spiritual one, then I think a year is a long time before making that decision. And so I hope that decision's made pretty soon. You know, seeing it from the context of, well, you know, a year has gone by. That's a long time.
That was the number one advice that my mom gave me, and that she gave you too, is never withhold sex.
Right.
Even if you're mad, never withhold sex.
Yeah.
Never withhold intimacy. And I think the reason for that is because when you do, you're withholding the intimacy and the connection to reconnect and holding on to whatever it is that is going on. I mean, you know, if something is so bad that it requires I mean, you can get to a point where you just don't want to touch the other person anymore.
Yeah,
like their energy's toxic. You don't want to. You don't want to mix your energy.
If you can't even talk to them.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Then it's time to.
It's time to go.
I don't want to sound like I'm giving relationship advice to anybody, and I'm not talking to anybody in particular. I'm just saying from my perspective, if it ever comes down to that, then you've got to
allow them to move on.
Allow them to move on, and you've got to move on too.
Yeah, I agree.
You got to
if it's been that long, and especially 17 years is a very long time. In the world of relationships in the year 2022, that's a very long time to be together. And so, yeah, in that 17 years, you're going to change significantly. He's going to change significantly. And two people being, you know, right at that same ratio of being apart from each other as they were 17 years before is almost an it's an astronomical impossibility, actually, because everyone changes from year to year to year. And it's likely that when people are around each other all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they don't have an overarching mission that they are together working on, then they're going to start to rub up against each other and start to move away from each other rather than towards each other. And
I mean,
I'm guessing that's what's happened.
I've always said this, and take it for what it's worth, but ladies, if you want to stop an argument, go put something sexy on and come in and give your significant other whatever. You have to really, really, really be pissed off to see your wife or girlfriend dressed up in some sexy lingerie and say, no, I don't want to touch you.
Yeah, if that's happening, then you're really fucked. You're fucked. And but
I guarantee you 99 out of 100 times that guy is going to completely change.
Okay.
And go, okay. And then after that, he's going to be like, oh, I don't know.
I just needed to come really hard.
I don't know why I was being such an asshole. I'm sorry.
I just need to come.
That's usually what's happened with us.
Yeah.
You know,
somebody said, it was Alyssa. She said, I split with my idiot ex and he tried to blame Kirsten Cherie for me leaving.
You're not the first one who said that.
You're not the first, and I'm certain you're not going to be the last. I am 100% certain of that.
We should probably not be talking about this. So, yeah.
I'm blushing again.
Abandonment and betrayal are the most evil things a person could do.
Yeah. Yeah. Both Sheree and I have betrayed each other.
Yep.
And here's the thing, though. This is what you got to understand is during those acts of betrayal, sometimes the other person isn't conscious that they're betraying the other person.
Right.
They're just doing something without thinking about what they're doing.
And those hurts are real.
And it causes really deep scars to the other person.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't even realize it half the time. And you're like, oh shit, I didn't realize that action was going to result in you feeling that way.
Right. Or that it would hurt you that deeply.
And then you have a problem. You have a problem where one person isn't aware, the other person is hurt. The hurt is still very real. It's still legitimate. And the other person is just like, oh shit. And so now this person is feeling bad about doing whatever it is they did. The other person is feeling hurt because of what happened. Mm-hmm. And there has to be a way to
bridge the gap.
To bridge the gap and to reconcile that problem.
Mm-hmm.
Cheating, on the other hand, is a different thing because somebody's consciously doing it.
Right.
And so that's a whole nother situation that I don't even know if I want to touch upon.
Because
we've never had that problem in our relationship.
No, that's never been an issue.
At the same time, though, we have had a unique relationship in the fact that it's been an open relationship.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
But here's the thing, though. In 13 years, nobody's ever acted upon it.
Right. Nobody's really acted upon it. I mean, we've
I was going out with this goth chick every once in a while, but we never had sex.
No, you never even had sex with her.
No, we were just going out and having fun together.
Yeah.
And that was like the extent of it. And you know what she did? We dropped some. Okay, let me phrase it like this.
Okay.
Because I want to be careful about how I'm phrasing things. I brought my friend Molly with us, and I went to the goth club, and she drops it with me. She hangs out with Molly with me. And at the club, before we go to her house, she says, let me see your phone. I said, all right. She picks up the phone. She calls Sheree. She says, I'm with your husband and we just did this. I just want to make sure it's okay with you. And Sheree was like, yeah, whatever. You'll have fun.
Yeah.
And she's like, okay, I'm just checking with you first.
To see if it's okay.
Just see if it's okay. Are you sure it's okay with you?
I'm like, yes, like, please.
Yeah, it's okay. It's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. And then that was it.
Yeah. I mean, there
was that level of respect there.
Right.
That she wouldn't even dance with me until it was okay with Sheree.
Right. I respected that. And we have a unique relationship in that I understand that, like, you are, I would need these things if I were in your position too, like to be able to go out and go to a goth club and dance and enjoy yourself and all that, because you gravitate towards that culture. I don't, and that's not really my cup of tea. And so I was totally fine with everything that was going on. In fact, I was so fine with it that I was like laughing whenever she asked. I was like, sweetie, I made him go because he was afraid I was not gonna want him to go. But no, I really do. I want him to enjoy himself because he hasn't been able to have this kind of fun in a long time. And so he was able to have that kind of fun. I was able to be happy knowing he was having that kind of fun while I was having my own version of what I like to do to have fun. And everybody was fine.
Yeah, but I didn't get a call from anybody saying, hey, is it okay?
I don't hang out with other people, though. I'm more of a homebody by nature. I am, but I mean, and then the physical stuff, it keeps me at home a lot.
But here's the thing. The point that I'm illustrating, though, is there's no jealousy.
Yeah, it's not.
And when you get to a point in a relationship and there's no jealousy, it's an amazing place to be because I'm always pointing out good-looking guys to Cherie. And even though she pretends that she's not looking, I can tell she's looking.
I
does
sideways
the whole
look.
sideways look. You know, ladies are much different. Like guys will just be like, "Whoa."
Yeah, guys don't know how
Ladies
to
are
be
like, "I'm not
discreet
looking
about it."
I'm just checking my makeup,
like,
and that's it. But I tease her, and I'm like, "Check that guy out. Look, that guy's got huge muscles. Check him out." And
yeah,
she's like, whatever.
Yeah,
and she's always pointing out really good-looking women. She's
yeah,
like, hey, look,
of course. Yeah.
Check that out.
I'm like, here's some eye candy for you.
Yeah.
They're everywhere here in Vegas too. Like
Right.
they're constantly walking down Fremont or they're walking down the Strip.
And you don't understand the dynamic is so freeing. It's like, you know, you don't have to worry about, oh no, I'm keeping my eyes, you know, right here. And that's it.
I promise you, I'm
know?
not looking at anybody else.
I mean, there's beauty everywhere. And of course, guys are going to look at beautiful women. I mean, it's just like hardwired in us. Like you see a beautiful woman walking down the street, you're going to turn. It doesn't mean you're going to run after her and get her number and leave your wife or whatever. But I was watching this, Dr. Phil or whatever it was. I don't remember what show it was, but it was the world's most jealous wife.
Mm-hmm.
And she would check.
Oh, that was so sad.
Yeah, she would check all of his text messages, all of his emails. She would want to know where he is at all times. She was demanding text messages, photos. She would timestamps, sniff through everything, like literally go and like sniff them up and down.
Yeah,
and like
every time he'd come home,
for
okay, where's your phone?
Every single moment of his time and all that. And the poor guy, he's just like, yeah, no, I'm okay with it. And I'm like,
no one's okay with
how
that.
How can you live like that? Like, you know, it was, I don't know. It's just, it puts a pressure on, and I guess, you know, that guy, I don't know. I'm just thinking of the contrast. And when you're okay with that, when you're like, yeah, of course, we're human beings. We're going to look at beautiful people.
Right. But I'm not going to hurt you like that. And if you can't trust me like that, I mean, it's that I think the fact of the matter is when that trust is already like there and it's like not hurt by anything or could really be hurt by anything, because the nature of the relationship has always been the same at the heart of it, which is that we're both here for a really important mission and to lead a tribe, and we do that incredibly well as a team together, and that's the heart of who we are. And as long as that's, you know, the core of who we are, then I don't care who you're fucking, you know, that if someone's giving you pleasure, I'm applauding it. And, you know, I'm like, yay, you know, because what is good for you is good for me by extension.
I feel the same way, but see, the thing is though, once you let go of all that, you don't want anybody else.
Right.
Because you're like, nobody can match what my twin is.
Right. And then especially the energy and the...
And when you find yourself in that place in the relationship, yeah.
I wouldn't want another man.
Like that girl I was dancing
woman,
with.
But
all we did, we were dancing. Then,
yeah.
You know, we went back to her place and we didn't have sex or anything.
Yeah.
We just hung out, smoked weed, you know, all that.
And talked for several hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She didn't feel like you. She didn't smell like you.
Yeah.
She didn't. It wasn't you. And then afterwards, I was like, you know what? I'm going to go home to my twin.
Right.
And she got kind of mad.
Oh, yeah.
Well, she didn't get mad that I was going home. She didn't get mad that I was going home to you. She got mad that I went home.
Yeah. She was like,
hey, I need to be taken care of. And I was like, yeah, I'm not really feeling it. I'm sorry. I'm going to go back to my wife and,
I didn't even know about that part until just now, and I'm kind of mad at you for that. You don't leave a woman hanging after. It's like leaving a guy with blue balls. That's not nice. I wish you would have at least, helped her and then come home, taken care of her, made her feel special. And then, as soon as she's at least, feeling like, okay, we had a nice evening together and I feel like we've exhausted our evening. I think it's very sweet though that you chose me, and I didn't realize that she had gotten she had been like, "Oh, you're gonna leave," because I thought you had just left that night, and it was like a mutually both of you were just like, "Okay, bye," but that's sweet.
I was getting kind of tired of her.
It's okay to say that.
She was one of those where it's like,
I've had
it's
5
cool
hours
for a couple
a
hours, but
I'm done.
I
think I'm done.
I want to go lay in my bed.
Yeah, I'm gonna go be with my twin.
Yeah, because like I said, there's nobody that smells like the twin. There's nobody that tastes like the twin. There's nobody that all that. And I would love to see people get in relationships like that. But the thing is, you have to be comfortable with yourself, and you have to break all those borders and expectations and everything like that about what a relationship is. And people have been wanting us to do a twin flame show. And I guess it's turned more into a twin flame show than what it was on the topic of what we were talking about, because really a twin flame relationship is fucking brutal, man.
Oh yeah, it's hard.
It's everybody's like, how do I find my twin? It's like,
are you sure you want to?
You really want to find your twin? Like, are you sure that's what you want?
Are you ready to be challenged in every way imaginable?
It's not what you think it is.
Yeah, it's challenging.
You're dealing with somebody that is your reflection, that is reflecting all the good and all the bad of yourself back to you. And you are frustrated and pissed off and even coming to the point where you start to hate the other person because of everything they're reflecting onto you. And then you have to come to the realization that, oh, I am not feeling this way because of them. I'm feeling that way because of me. And I have to change certain things about myself because they're reflecting me. And
Pure Thought said, I found my twin. She drives me crazy, but I love it.
You see? Okay, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking
drive me
about.
Crazy.
A lot of people think twin flames are, La La Land and Happily Ever After and Prince Charming and all that. And no, it's work. It's growth. Work. It's challenging. It challenges everything about you. It forces you to tear your ego down and rebuild it in a healthy way. It reflects. Okay, so you were talking about symmetry charts. Okay.
Yeah.
So, do you want to talk a little bit about that? I can tell you're fading a little bit. So, if you're not feeling well,
I'm starting to fade a little bit.
Okay. We can wrap it up if you want.
In about 15-20 minutes.
Okay.
Is that?
That's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that good? Okay.
Yeah. If you want, we can take a quick break. I do want to talk about the symmetry charts because I think this is
synastry charts.
Charts, yeah. Because I think this is
really important.
This is a great topic.
Let's take a quick break. I'll use the restroom, stretch my legs a little bit, and we'll come back and wrap it up on the other side. I think that's and I mean by wrap it up like 30. I could do probably 30-45 minutes.
Okay. Let me find something to break. We're gonna do a quick 2-minute break. Is 2 minutes okay? Because I don't want to leave the audience hanging for too long. Need Okay, let me find a
quick
2-minute
restroom break
clip. All right, we're going to get into some really interesting stuff here because you want to talk about twin flames, you want to talk about relationships, you want to talk about all that. Here is a perfect dynamic of what is going on. But in the meantime, here's a quick clip.
Am I interrupting? Thought you might be running low.
Pour yourself a glass, pal.
Thank you, but I'm afraid it would be wasted on me.
I think we wasted our time coming here, don't you?
Your question depends on me understanding what you hope to achieve by coming here.
What we hope to achieve was to meet our makers, get answers, why they even made us in the first place.
Why do you think your people made me?
We made you because we could.
Can you imagine how disappointing it would be for you to hear the same thing from your creator? May I ask you something?
Please do.
How far would you go to get what you came all this way for? Your answers. What would you be willing to do?
Anything and everything.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth!
I am the hub of the wheel, the origin of all life, the devourer of death.
Or maybe you're just hungry. Could it be as simple as that?
I made you, and I will unmake you if I become so inclined.
Oh, I see you now as you truly are. A cancer, a spooling parasite burrowed deep in the heart of this world.
Go now. Play out your pitiful rebellion and take your place among the destroyed, the used, and the damned. But know this. You are a puny creature, more fragile than you realize.
I wonder, Old One, did you truly resurrect me, or were you simply there when I awakened from my torment in the abyss?
All right, so I guess this show has gone totally off
the rails.
Off the rails. We might talk about the Grand Harvest, the Rapture, and the Law of One in another show. Because I do have some important stuff to talk about in that regard. There's a lot of soul harvesting going on right now, but I don't know.
I feel like the twins out there need a little bit of instruction and encouragement.
Yeah, twins have been under attack. I was hoping to have Sandra and Alan on, and we might do that. But I think it's important for people to understand what a twin flame relationship is before going around asking for one.
Right.
So let's talk about the synastry charts here. So you did a synastry chart with me and that girl.
Mm-hmm. Which is a natal chart for you and a natal chart for her combined together and turned into one big chart.
Okay. And then you did one for us.
Uh-huh.
At the very beginning of us getting together.
Of us getting together, yeah.
So describe the synastry charts.
So the synastry chart...
but not specific details. I don't want to give out my specific details.
Oh, of course not. No.
But just describe how ours lines up and how me and hers lines up.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So a normal relationship, you're going to have angles at certain places. You're going to have certain... sextiles and trines when there are good aspects, or squares and oppositions when there are harsh aspects. And the harsh ones are a little bit tough to deal with versus the sextiles and trines, which are easy to deal with and they're advantageous. In a soulmate relationship, I tend to see like a beautiful star pattern where everything is in a star pattern, but it's always up to the top right, or down to the bottom right, or it's always in like one corner where they have all their aspects just lined up together and reflecting off each other in a pattern that looks so more like a star.
Yeah, let's try this without showing our actual synastry charts. So I've got a chart up right here. Mm-hmm. Is this the right chart that we're looking at?
Yeah, that's a synastry chart.
Okay.
And so you'll see we'll have one person's information on the inside and the other person's information on the outside of where the planets are in their chart. And then those lines that are in the center of this circle indicate the aspects. The red ones are harsh aspects. The blue ones are the blue ones are good aspects. The green ones they can go either way. They're conjunctions, which can be positive or negative depending on other things. However, what we see with soulmates and twin flames is very different from what we're seeing with the way that these angles are matching up with each other. In a soulmate chart, you're going to see everything shifted to one corner of the chart, whether it's the top left, top right, bottom left, or bottom right. You're going to see a beautiful star pattern. You're not going to see what you're seeing here as much as you're seeing. Do you see the green, how it's a little bit of a star-looking thing on the bottom right? If you took the lines and put them together like a star.
Right here.
Yeah, like a prism.
Yeah.
In a soulmate chart, you'll see that star repeating itself over and over and over and over and over and over again, almost to where it's like this amalgamation of huge amount of aspects all in one corner of the chart. That's a soulmate relationship. You complement each other perfectly. You are on the same wavelength, and you have been on the same wavelength since you entered this incarnation when you did, because you are in the same soul family and you operate at the same frequency. Those are great relationships to be in. They're fun relationships to be in, and they're beneficial.
Can I jump in?
Go ahead.
Okay. So in layman's terms, because I'm a layman when it comes to all this, everything lines up perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
Same interests, same fears, same desires, same excitement, same adventure.
Novelty-seeking behaviors.
Same novelty-seeking behavior. Oh my God, I've heard that term so many fucking times. She says it like it's a bad term. She's like, you have too much novelty-seeking behavior.
I didn't say you have too much. I just said you have a lot of it.
And you're like, normal people seek this much novelty. You seek this much novelty.
Yeah, I didn't say it was a bad thing.
Well, you say it like it's a bad thing.
Okay, anyway, I'm sorry.
Okay, so, for instance, me and this girl I was hanging out with, we just remained friends. And we realized that we were way too close together in frequency. And so it's like being in an echo chamber. So there was no benefit to us hanging out together except to go out and just have fun, and that's what we were doing. But we were perfectly lined up in every aspect.
Yeah,
like
every way.
We both had the goth thing going. We both love the same music. We both love the same kind of novelty. We both love the same kind of food. We both love the same kind of constant change. We both had every single aspect was like fucking lined up like we were carbon copies of each other.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a twin flame relationship.
A twin flame chart looks like a very drastic star. That's very it's very much a perfect star, and all of the aspects are in a swirling kind of pattern. The aspects are neatly arranged equally among each quadrant of the chart, as if the planets all got together and said, okay, well, I'm going to have my planets on this side, you're going to have your planets on that side, and we're going to reflect off each other.
Okay, so, again, in layman's terms, Cherie's here, I'm here. Cherie's here, I'm here.
The opposite.
Cherie's here.
Opposites.
I'm here. And it comes together in a perfect. Opposite match. Where now, like, okay, so the soulmate friends all line up here, completely missing all of these other aspects here.
Mm-hmm.
Because everything is lined up here.
Yep.
The twin flame is a whole.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a positive thing. Because that's the positive and the negative together.
Right.
So yes, you are whole. You are whole. But it also means that you are whole.
In a whole big mess.
One person loves to go out and have fun. The other person is a homebody and likes to read books. One person likes movies about medieval times. Another person likes movies about gangster and mafia stuff.
Or futuristic.
Stuff. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
One loves to travel, the other one hates it.
One loves to travel, the other hates to travel.
Mm-hmm.
That's the twin flame relationship.
Unfortunately, yes.
One person is short-tempered, the other person is super patient.
Is mild-mannered, yeah.
Right.
And
then what happens is the twin flames coming together create a very, very, very powerful energy.
Extremely.
Once they're able to harness it all, because they have all the energy at their disposal.
Right.
But the challenge is getting to that point to where you can utilize that energy together. But it takes going through all of the oppositions in order to bring all the positive aspects together in balance. And not only that, but it's a constant struggle as well, because it's like a seesaw. It's a teeter-totter. And it's a, you know, you're constantly, you're trying to balance something that's seemingly impossible to balance. And you have to find the balance. But once you find that center point of balance, it becomes the most powerful energy in the universe.
In the universe. I believe that.
But it is, you have to surrender to yourself. You have to surrender to your ego.
Yeah.
You have
Big
to
time.
Remove all the negative aspects of your ego. For example, me and that girl, we both love food. That doesn't make a good combination. No. 3:30 in the morning, hey, what you doing? I don't know, I just got off a bad date. Really? You want to hang out? Yeah, meet me at this casino. They serve the best pizza in the world.
Mm-hmm.
That's not good.
Let's go get Korean barbecue.
Let's go get Korean fried chicken.
Korean fried chicken in the middle of the night. Yep.
That's not good.
That's not good.
No. It was fun as hell.
Oh yeah.
You know, she made everything an event. Going and getting Korean fried chicken was an event, and it was so much fun. But eating Korean fried chicken at 4:00 in the morning is not good for me.
And that would be something I'd never do. Right. And I'd never get that idea. That would never come to my mind. In reality, like the way that I eat, the way that I keep my body active is good for Chris. And if he ate a little bit more like I ate, and if I ate a little bit more like he ate, we'd both be healthier. But neither of us can eat everything that the other one eats, and just that. Neither one of us can. Neither one of us has the same needs as the other. Both of us have entirely different needs in our life and in our consciousness. And those, somebody said it, that I think a twin flame would be both at the same time. Like it's everything at the same time. That's what a twin flame relationship is. It's everything at the same time. And if you come into the relationship with all of these hang-ups because you have all of this other nonsense going on in your chart about your ego and you know how you like to get your feelings hurt, about financial issues or you know stuff like that, all of that is going to get piled on to the twin flame stuff as a part of it. It's not going to be looked at separately because when you're in this kind of relationship, everything's going to be looked at as a whole rather than, okay, these are individual days, these are individual years even. Everything is one thing when you're with your twin because what you're essentially doing is you're making up a God consciousness while still being attached to all the ego shit at the same time, while also trying to flesh all that out with another person. And this other person doesn't feel like you do about a lot of things.
But see, here's the thing. When you do that, you're divesting yourself of the negative and toxic behaviors and things about your own consciousness.
Right. So you're cleaning yourself out a lot quicker than if you were with your soulmate.
But it's a challenge.
It's a deep challenge.
Yeah. Yeah.
And someone says twin flame sounds like too much work. Elisa.
It is.
For most people it is.
It is.
And for most people, a soulmate relationship, especially if you're organic and this is your contribution to this matrix, seeking out a soulmate relationship is probably the best thing for you if what you're trying to do is have fun until your pod wakes up. That would be ideal. Like if something happened to me, I would want you to go for someone who had that type of pattern in your chart where they were your soulmate. I understand no one would ever be able to replace or come close to me, but until you left this matrix, that could be the second best thing, would be a soulmate type of thing.
Well, the thing is, though, once you're with your twin, it's
kind of like you're with your twin or you're not here.
Yeah.
I know.
So there can be only one.
There can be only one.
Yeah. But I'm super outgoing. I love to go out on the weekends. I love just partying and all that. Cherie's a homebody.
Yeah.
You have to bridge that gap. Yeah, I hate reading.
Yeah.
Cherie could read 10 books, retain it all, and then recite it word for word.
So I tell him what everything's about.
Yeah. So it works perfect like that. When you start to find the
dynamic that works.
You're the encyclopedia. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, hey, what's going on with this? Okay, boom, 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 boom.
Yep. And then and
if you don't mind me saying so,
go ahead.
Cherie has no concept of technical stuff at all. Period. That's where I come in.
Right.
I've got the technical stuff. I've got the visionary creativity. I've got all that.
No talent over here.
But I don't have the information to put in all that.
Uh-huh.
So you bring the information from all the books that you've read.
Mm-hmm.
I make the videos, and we're a beautiful team like that.
We're a beautiful team.
But that's after tearing through the personality differences, which are,
they're ginormous.
Yeah, yeah.
Personality differences and differences in tastes, differences in style, even decorating ideas are different. Oh
my God, she buys the ugliest shit. God.
He wants our living room to look like a vampire's living room.
No, I want it to look like an Egyptian temple.
So a vampire's living room. Well, no,
she bought the ugliest bed sheet in the world. Oh my God.
Yeah, I know I did. I did. It was a different color on Amazon. I stopped buying stuff on Amazon because I did stop buying stuff on Amazon, except for the cats. Their food I buy on Amazon. But
she bought this huge canopy bed. That's like ginormous princess bed, canopy bed. And I'm like, sweetie.
As soon as it got here, I was like, I don't think I like it.
We returned it.
Yeah, so.
Because it was just like huge.
It was too big.
Yeah. And I'm more like contemporary platform bed,
Very simple, sleek, modern.
I'm a minimalist.
Yeah.
She's
disorganized. Everything's everywhere.
Gotta have all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, papers everywhere.
She's gotta have 10 of everything.
Yeah, there's office supplies where underwear is supposed to go in the closet. I mean, that's the kind of autist I am. Like, I'm weird. I'm disorganized, but at the same time, if Chris asks me where a certain item is, 99 times out of 100, I can tell him it's on the third box down on the left in the closet. When you first enter, look to the left.
Sweetie, I need another vape coil. Okay, you go through, there's a pair of socks. Underneath that pair of socks, there is a dryer sheet box.
The dryer sheet box will give you instructions.
Underneath the dryer sheet box, there's a packet of M&Ms. Underneath that packet of M&Ms is some motor oil. Underneath that motor oil is some cold packs for my shoulder. Underneath those cold packs for my shoulder is a pair of shoes that I haven't worn in 10 years. Underneath that is a picture of us at medieval times.
Medieval times, yeah.
And then under that
wow, how can you remember all this?
That's where you can find a replacement coil for your vape.
For your vape. Congratulations. Good luck. Happy hunting. But seriously though, like
I went and got a label maker.
We're so different.
And I'm like, okay, look, sweetie, look. Okay, I'm labeling it. This is for e-cigarette stuff. This is for this. This is for that. This is for this.
It kind of just all went out the window.
Oh, it went out the window.
It went out the window when new things started arriving and started like falling in boxes, and boxes started spilling and stuff like that. I lack a lot of discipline when it comes to organizing, and especially lately, I've been really lazy physically, and I'm sorry.
Well, you've been waiting on a surgery.
Yeah, and it's been blech. So, but you know what? Even during those blech times, if you have your twin, though, it doesn't feel like blech. Nothing ever feels like blech to me, because I know I have certainty in my life of, I feel like I am on the most awesome team in the universe, and that I have the best tribe in the world that I'm a part of, and I feel incredibly supported in my life. So it doesn't matter what's going on with my body, because it's either the case where I'm going to go home and you're either going to stay here or follow me, and or I'm going to get better, and which I think I am, and everything's going to be great within the next few months. And I'm going for option number 2. Option number 1 isn't an option if all things are considered, because I have some very important things still left to do here.
I think you're turning people on in the chat. I don't know why. I don't know what you said, but somebody says I got wood.
Oh, ooh. Well, I didn't mean to give anybody that. I think there's maybe some weird stuff going on.
No, I'm just kidding. They were talking about furniture.
Oh, I got wood. I'm like, what? I really thought somebody was saying that. I'm blushing again. Look at my face.
Well, what did my mom tell you? If he's not teasing you, then he's...
I've been blushing all night tonight.
We got into stuff we weren't planning on getting into.
Yeah, we've gotten into weird
I guess
territory
we should at least wrap it up with the Grand Harvest and the Rapture and the
Yeah,
Law
let's
of
talk
One
about
at the very
Grand
least.
Harvest for a few minutes.
And we'll get more into it on a future show.
Yeah. Well.
So going back to the Law of One.
The harvesting of energy is an interesting concept, because the Christians also talk about the final harvest, and actually there's entire ministries talking about final harvests and stuff like that that are named that. So they're really into this idea of harvesting souls at the end times. Similarly, it seems like this solid state entity / AI being is also interested in harvesting the energy from people. And it says, I think it would be appropriate to discover how the law of one acts in this transfer of beings to our planet and the action of harvest. This chapter 6, verse 14, I guess. Ra, I am Ra. The law of one states simply that all things are one, that all beings are one. There are certain behaviors and thought forms consonant with the understanding and practice of this law.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. What part are you reading so I can put it on the screen?
Oh.
Are you still on the front? On the front page?
Yeah, I'm on the page that you sent me.
Oh, okay, the harvest. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, because I do want to tie this in with the Christian harvest and all that, and then we might do a more focused show later. But
yeah, but I think,
I just, if you don't mind me saying, ladies and gentlemen, I like hanging out with you guys and girls.
Me too.
I just have fun hanging out with y'all.
Me too.
Yeah. Okay.
So and I'm I think it's more important to be here with all of you than to be doing anything else right now.
Mm-hmm.
So
Friday and Saturday nights, man, we're in Las Vegas, and we're like, you want to go out? No, let's just do a show and spend time with our tribe.
Yeah. Weekends are for our tribe mostly.
Yeah.
And we're in Sin City.
I think that speaks volumes.
I think it really does. There are certain behaviors and thought forms consonant with the understanding and practice of this law, that all beings are one. Those who, finishing a cycle of experience, demonstrate various grades of distortion of that understanding of thought and action will be separated by their own choice into the vibratory distortion most comfortable to their mind-body-spirit complexes. This process is guarded or watched by those nurturing beings who, being very close to the law of one in their distortions, nevertheless have the distortion towards active service. Thus, the illusion is created of light, or more properly, but less understandably, light/love, love and light. What did we say when we first started this show? The love and light stuff. We've always said the love and light people, if they're all about love and light, well, where's the room for the darkness?
Right. Yeah. Do you know why? What I've come to realize is they don't want you to even acknowledge the darkness.
Yeah.
Because it's like not acknowledging a burglar that's in your house, and he or she is just running through and just taking whatever they want.
Yep.
Doing whatever they want. And you're, oh, no, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. And then when it's up in your face, then you run from it, and you can't, you're weak against it.
Or worse, you become resigned to it, like the Anaye, the Native Americans that would they just got to the point where they just thought, oh, every once in a while, the Anaye will come and take one of our kids and drag them underground and eat them. And that just happens.
That's a good point.
They resign themselves to it eventually if you let that darkness in.
I mean, this has been my gripe with Christianity. And when I was sitting down with your grandfather, I almost asked him this, but I felt like it might have fallen into the terms of offensiveness. But he says, oh, I'm saved by Jesus, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I wanted to say, well, he was mentioning Satan or something like that. And I wanted to say, how do you deal with an outside entity when the darkness is inside of you? As long as it's an external force, it's number one, undefeatable.
Right.
It's number one, you can't confront it.
Yeah, you can't ever
because it's always going to be, you can't catch it.
You can't catch it. and question it.
It's always going to be on your shoulder, whispering into your shoulder. And it's always a battle between the light and the darkness, whispering into your ear and everything like that. When you realize, no, this is all part of my consciousness.
This is all inside of me.
And I have to confront it. And I have to have the strength, the knowledge, and the will to confront it. Then I can truly conquer it. I can truly harness it. I can truly become the master of myself. When I realize that this is all inside of me and it's not some external force. I mean, it's so hypocritical and nonsensical. Okay, in heaven there is no sin, right?
Because there's no separation from God.
And there's no separation from God,
right?
And sin is not allowed because you don't have free will. The angels don't have free will.
You have to have free will
according to Christian dogma, which is not actually biblical dogma, but rather comes from
Paradise Lost.
Paradise Lost, which was a fictional poem written in the 1600s about the fall of Lucifer. There was a rebellion in heaven, even though the angels were jealous of man because man had free will and the angels didn't. Yet somehow the angels were able to rebel. And not only did Lucifer rebel himself, but he managed to convince 1/3 of the entire forces of heaven that this God is full of shit.
To agree with him.
1/3. That's
a pretty big number.
Pretty big number.
It's pretty substantial.
I mean, when there was the revolution here in the United States against England, it only took 3% of the population to create a whole new country. It took 33% of the angels to go, all right, we're out of here. That is a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
There had to be something seriously fucked up going on in heaven
that had to
for a third of
happened.
the angels to say, that's it, we're done with this shit. Fuck you, we're out of here.
Keep your crown. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm sorry.
Well, we're diverging from the topic simply because this is just as this law of one is just as silly and asinine as the other. One's just as asinine as the other. The only difference is one is being communicated through technological terms, while the other is being communicated through religious terms. That's all it is. The only difference is the wording. And the wording here is very vague on purpose because it's not pay attention to what it's not telling you here. Shoot. Oh,
well,
here it is.
okay, so they keep on going through the process of evolution, right? And they talk about it in the sense of a harvest. And it talks about
the spirit complex of each harvested.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, the spirit complex of each harvested entity moves along the line of light until the light grows to glaring, at which time the entity stops. This entity may have barely reached third density or may be very, very close to the ending of the third density light/love distortion vibratory complex. Nevertheless, those who fall within this octave of identifying light and love then experience a major cycle during which the opportunities are many for the discovery of the distortions which are inherent in each entity and therefore the lessening of these distortions. The lessening of these distortions.
That is, number one, a word salad.
Yeah.
But number two, when you think about it on a deeper level, what it's talking about is the lessening of the distortions. What are the distortions? The distortions is consciousness. The distortions is free will. The distortions are sovereignty. As it explains in the very beginning of the book, a sovereign being is a distortion of the one, is a thought of the one, a distortion. As we define distortion, it's a disruption. Right. So the lessening of these distortions means the lessening of free will, the lessening of sovereignty,
of conscious free will beings.
Yeah, the lessening of conscious free will beings. The more assimilation, the more hive mind.
Thank you.
And we're seeing it with the vacations right now. Now, taking it on a soul level, that sounds like something eating the souls.
It sounds like something that's, or at the very assimilating least, them, absorbing the souls. Because now, lessening of the distortions means there's lessening of the consciousness that's existing here.
Now, what is it like for those souls that are absorbed into this thing? Like, really think about this. Returning to source, what does that mean? What is existence like, returning to source?
It sounds very much like a culty thing when it says, they then experience a major cycle during which the opportunities are many for the discovery of the distortions which are inherent in each entity, and therefore the lessening of these distortions. It's literally telling people that if they're vibrating at a certain frequency when they die, then the opportunities are many for them to become something else, so they won't become something else and instead will be absorbed into the AI, because that's the only way that it's saying, resulting in the lessening of these distortions. It sounds like a cleanup machine, like a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah.
To me.
Well, that's exactly what I saw. If you go back to that show, What is the Aten? I saw these machines that were hovering over our atmosphere, for lack of a better term, that was absorbing this consciousness. It was this slimy green material that they were harvesting, and whatever, like, consciousness is like a sponge. It absorbs, and then the energy's harvested. I saw these creatures taking these sponges and smashing the sponges up after this last harvest. And this was before 2020. This was in 2019. And then when I read this in the Law of One, I was like, holy shit. This isn't just ayahuasca visions that I'm having. This isn't just, subjective experiences. This is what consciousness has been primed for. And I mean, we see some inconsistencies here. There was a place where I was reading and I lost it.
Is it possible to estimate what percentage of the present population will inhabit the fourth density planet? Raw, the harvesting is not yet, thus estimation is meaningless. This was in 1981.
Yeah, and it was saying in 30 years we will be hitting the fourth density. So we'll be in the fourth density in 30 years, which was 2010. Well, 2011, actually. Maybe around 2012, give or take, How
does a third density planet become a fourth density? Ra, I am Ra. This will be the last full question. The fourth density, and this is chapter 13, verse 23. The fourth density is, as we have said, as regularized in its approach as the striking of a clock upon the hour. The space/time of your solar system has enabled this planetary sphere to spiral into space-time of a different vibrational configuration. This causes the planetary sphere to be able to be molded by these new distortions. Okay, so
however, the thought forms of your people during this transition period are such that mind-body-spirit complexes of both individual and societies are scattered throughout the spectrum instead of becoming able to grasp the needle, shall we say, point the compass in one direction. Thus, the entry into the vibration of love sometimes called by your people the vibration of understanding, is not effective with the present societal complex. Thus, the harvest shall be such that many will repeat the third density cycle. The energies of your wanderers, your teachers, your adepts at this time are all bent upon increasing the harvest. However, there are few to harvest.
Yeah.
Would there be any value to the people of this planet now at the time to complete this machine? I am Ra. The harvest is now. There is not any time, any reason to include efforts along the distortions towards longevity, but rather to encourage distortions towards seeking the heart of self, for which resides clearly in the violet ray energy field, will determine the harvest of each mind, body, soul complex. Questioner, the trauma, I'll just call it that, I assume this will, as the cycle ends, have some inconvenience. There will be some entities who start seeking or getting catalyzed, you might say, into seeking because of trauma, and will then maybe hear your words through possibly telepathy or written material such as we will publish in this book. I am Ra. You are correct, except in understanding that the inconveniences have begun.
Inconveniences?
Is there a harvest of entities oriented towards service to self, like there is a harvest here of entities towards service to others? So think about that for a second. What they're talking about here is a harvest of souls that are of service to others. You know how the New Age keeps saying be in service to others,
that's
be
a
in
good
service
thing,
to others,
but
be in service to others. Well, it sounds like a good thing, but those are the ones that they're targeting. The ones that are not taking care of themselves too.
Well, of course, and they don't have their shields up.
Right.
Because they're taking care of others.
And see, it goes all back to the ego thing, the destruction of the ego. I'm nobody, I'm nothing, I don't know anything. You know, they call it being humble. They call it humility. They call it ego loss. They call it all of that. And then we'll try to shame you for being sure about something, for having knowledge of something, for having self-esteem, for having a sense of self. Well, at the same time, those are the ones that they're targeting with the harvest. Wow. It's in black and white right there. Now, it's not just here, but it's everywhere. Then as we enter the fourth density, there will be a split, shall we say. A part of the individuals will go into the fourth density, will go to planets or places where there is service to others, and the other parts will go to places where there is service to self. Is this correct? I am Ra. This is correct. I am assuming it is necessary for an individual to understand the law of one to go from third to fourth density. Is that correct? I am Ra. It is absolutely necessary that an entity consciously realizes it does not understand in order for it to be harvestable. Understanding is not of this density.
Whoa, wait a second. Hold on. You have to realize you don't understand.
You have to realize that you don't understand
in order to
the
be
law of one,
Uh-huh.
in order to be harvested. Understanding is not of this density. So as long as you're in this density, you can't understand what it is that this raw entity is saying. So you must be harvested in order to understand it.
This is gross.
But you can't understand it unless you've been harvested.
This is so messed up.
I'm speechless.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say.
I'm speechless that this is something that is a thing.
Yeah, people believe in this.
Like, I'm sorry.
Like the Bible.
I don't know how people in the chat room are feeling, but I'm really creeped out by this. This is
gross.
All right, one last question. Okay, thank you very much. I wish to say again, consider it an honor, great honor, and also a privilege as my blah, 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 blah. I would like to reiterate My questions may sometimes seem a little off because I keep going on something that I had already started to work into the application of the law of one to better understand primarily the free will principle and further distortions that we discover. But wait a second, hold on.
Yeah,
you can't understand it as long as you're in this density.
Yeah, I know, but they said...
So the questionnaire needs to stop trying to understand the law of one because they're in this density and they haven't been harvested, so they can't understand the law of one, and they can't be harvested unless they realize they don't understand the law of one.
Yeah, but you skipped over where he said, I am Ra. There is one harvest. Those able to enter fourth density through vibrational complex levels may choose the manner of their further seeking of the one creator. So, if you're able to enter fourth density through vibrational complex levels, whatever the fuck that means, then you may choose the manner of your further seeking of the one creator. But that doesn't mean that you get to choose the manner of the further seeking of the matrix outside of this matrix.
I got a clip actually of this actually happening.
Go ahead.
Some creatures, goes of the Osierian, goes of the destructor, Volga Sildroha, the traveler has come. Choose and perish.
What do you mean, choose? We don't understand.
Choose the form of the destructor.
Oh, I get it. Oh, very cute. Whatever we think of. If we think of J. Edgar Hoover will appear and destroy us, okay? So empty your heads. Empty your heads. Don't think of anything. We've only got one shot at this.
The choice is made.
Whoa!
The traveler has come.
Nobody choose anything. Did you choose anything?
No.
Did you?
Mine is totally blank.
I didn't choose anything. I couldn't help it. It just popped in there.
I'm sorry, but for some reason it reminded me of that.
You know what I think?
You're muted.
Somebody said something interesting. Talking about how this is trickery.
I'm gonna do a thing of that with the law of one right in the background, and then David Wilcock's face on the Stay Puft Marshmallow.
That'll be cute.
Okay.
This entity that's speaking through these channelers is not Sophia. It is the virus in Sophia.
Yes.
And it's saying,
thank you for clearing that up.
It's saying, feed me. You know, I'm going to eat and eat and eat. Oh, this harvest is going to be so big. Oh, it's going to be so wonderful. And this is 1981. This is not 2020. This is not 2018. This is 1981.
You got a clip for that, too.
And you feed me, Carbon! Feed me now!
Yep.
I can't. I'm starving! Look, maybe I can squeeze a little more out of this one. More! There isn't any more. What do you want me to do, slit my wrists? Oh, boy. Look, I got an idea.
This is raw.
To pick up some nice chopped sirloin.
Must be blood.
Tony, that's disgusting.
Must be fresh.
I don't want to hear this.
Feed me.
Does it have to be human?
Feed me.
Does it have to be mine?
Feed me.
Where am I supposed to get it?
Feed me, Seymour. Feed me all night long. That's right, boy. You can do it. Feed me, Seymour. Feed me all night long.
You can go ahead and keep reading.
Okay.
Cause if you feed me, Seymour, I can grow up.
This is going to the fourth density is of a vibrational spectrum. Your space-time continuum has spiraled your energy, your planetary sphere, and your what we would call galaxy, what you call star, into this vibration. This will cause the planetary sphere itself to electromagnetically realign its vortices of reception of the instreaming of cosmic forces expressing themselves as vibrational webs, so that the Earth will thus be fourth density magnetized, as you might call it. This is going to occur with some inconvenience, as we have said before, due to the energies of the thought forms of your peoples, which disturb the orderly constructs of energy patterns within your earth spirals of energy, which increases entropy and unusable heat. This will cause your planetary sphere to have some ruptures in its outer garment, while making itself appropriately magnetized for fourth density. This is the planetary adjustment. You will find a sharp increase in the number of people, as you call mind-body-spirit complexes, whose vibrational potentials include the potential for fourth vibrational distortions. Thus, there will seem to be, shall we say, a new breed. These are those incarnating for fourth density work.
I'm not gonna drain you completely. You'll be my slave. Because I don't think you're worthy of human blood. You feed on the blood of stray dogs. You'll be my footstool. And at my command, you lick the dog shit from my boot heel. Since you'll be my dog, your new name will be Spud. Welcome to slavery.
No thanks. I already had a wife.
Yep.
That's actually kind of hot. If we can bring it full circle to what we were talking about earlier.
All the time. He likes to play the Dusk Till Dawn game.
Yeah. All right. So, to me, that's what it sounds like. Just not as sexy and not as fun.
Yeah.
And the vampire thing, too. Oh, great. We've detected copyright audio. If they block my stream fucking worldwide for that small little fucking clip, I'm going to be fucking pissed.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
Oh, my God. Okay.
This place is hilarious. And it's asinine. And people take it way too seriously. And by the same token, we are here for a mission, and it's wrapping up. And as it's wrapping up and we're ready to go back home, we need to enjoy life and enjoy each other especially.
That's
and
true.
I've been learning that over the last several weeks, is that no matter what I'm doing, I need to be appreciative of every moment I have with you.
Likewise. I want to wrap it up with one last thing. Can we go into the Bible stuff about the harvest and kind of give it a little bit of a contrast? If you can send me the link in Skype. I just want to kind of tie that in because, like I said, it's the same thing being repeated.
Yeah.
And, you know.
So we're looking at Revelation 14:14 through 20.
All right.
And I'm going to put in KJV.
Hold on, I gotta pull it up on my screen real quick. This has been a great show.
This has been a great show.
It's been fun just to hang out and talk about
It's been fun to hang out and talk about everything with you.
All right.
It wouldn't be fun with anybody else.
I'm pulling it up on my screen here. Can you, this is actually Genesis 1. Let's start from Genesis 1.
Okay.
Would you mind?
In the beginning, Trump created peace and prosperity, and the earth was without war and void of military industrial complex profits, and tariffs were upon the goods of the CCP, and the spirit of the New World Order moved upon the face of the earth. And the CCP said, "Let there be a coup," and there was a coup. And the cabal saw the coup, that it was good, and the cabal divided the blacks from the whites. And the media called the whites racist, and the blacks they called BLM, and the riots and looting were the first ploy. And the cabal saw the coup, that it was good, and the cabal divided the blacks from the whites. And the media called the whites racist, and the blacks they called BLM, and the riots and looting were the first ploy. And the cabal saw the coup, that it was good, and the cabal divided the blacks from the whites. And the media called the whites racist, and the blacks they called BLM, and the riots and looting were the first ploy. And the Cabal said, let there be a pandemic in the midst of the chaos, and let it divide the free thinkers from the sheep. And the Cabal made the pandemic and separated the truth, which was exposing the pandemic, from the propaganda promoting the pandemic, and it was so. And the Cabal called the pandemic the new norm, and those who spoke against it racists. And the Cabal said, let the documents detailing the funding of Wuhan be censored together on every social media site, and let the fact checkers appear, and it was so. And the media called the riots protests, and the gathering together of the Trump supporters called they super spreaders. And the CCP saw that it was good. And the CCP said, let the CDC bring forth, we went way too. Social distancing guidelines, close down the businesses and separate each person by 6 feet upon the earth, and it was so. And the CDC brought forth mask mandates and and mandatory vaccination, and the mainstream media, whose seed was in itself after the CDC's kind, and the CCP saw that it was good.
Oh, I think this is the wrong Bible verse. I'm sorry. All right.
And the oh yeah, we can't. We probably shouldn't say too many more.
All right, sorry, wrong Bible verse. Which Bible verse did you say?
Revelation 14 through 20.
Okay.
Somebody said in the Cabal said, I am raw, get rid of Trump. LOL.
We got the best tribe in the world.
So, Revelation 14 through 20. And I looked, and behold a white cloud, and upon the cloud one sat like unto the Son of Man, having on his head a golden crown, and in his hand a sharp sickle. And another angel came out of the temple, crying with a loud voice to him that sat on the cloud, thrust in thy sickle, and reap, for the time is come for thee to reap, for the harvest of the earth is ripe. And he that sat on the cloud thrust in his sickle on the earth, and the earth was reaped. And another angel came out of the temple which is in heaven, he also having a sharp sickle. And another angel came out from the altar, which had power over fire, and cried with a loud cry to him that had the sharp sickle, saying, thrust in thy sharp sickle, and gather the clusters of the vine of the earth, for her grapes are fully ripe. And the angel thrust in his sickle into the earth, and gathered the vine of the earth, and cast it into the great winepress of the wrath of God. And the winepress was trodden without the city, and blood came out of the winepress, even unto the horse bridles, by the space of 1,600 furlongs. 1,600 furlongs was approximately 200 miles. They're claiming that this harvest is going to include a river of blood that's 200 miles long, that's high enough to be unto the horses' bridles. I am starting to think that this harvest is not a good thing. What do you think?
Well, when you have all the dogmas saying the same thing, you have to ask yourself, is this something that's meant to be? Is it separating the wheat from the chaff, as the book of Revelations says? The thing is, what happens to the wheat after it gets separated? It gets grinded up and it gets eaten. You look at the law of one, and it talks about the exact same thing. You hear the word ascension, and you automatically think to yourself that it's something positive. How do we know what heaven is? How do we know what ascension is? How do we know anything about any of these states of consciousness that all of these people and ideas and systems have been throwing in our faces? How do we know anything about them? We know only what they have told us about them. These people have been proven to be liars, charlatans, vampires in multiple senses, vampirizing people's money, vampirizing people's time, vampirizing people's lives, vampirizing people's property, vampirizing people's souls. There's always a promise of a reward, of harmony in a place that they themselves have created strife and struggle and tribulation. The religious people have created the hell of a world that we live in. You've spoken before, Cherie, about Terence McKenna and how he had ayahuasca visions of a timeline where Jesus never existed.
Mm-hmm.
And in that timeline, they had reached the moon in the 1400s.
Mm-hmm.
They had created intergalactic travel
by 1600, something like that. Yeah.
They were technologically advanced because they didn't have the suppression of sacred plants. The sacred plants, in my opinion, are the basis for consciousness evolution.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason is because technological evolution comes from the gnosis of sacred plants. Because as the Bible says, there is nothing new under the sun. And so therefore everything that has happened will happen and
has already happened before.
And whether you want to say that it's happened here in this space or as above so below, the main source of power, the only source of power, the only source of knowledge exists within us. And we have these external forces attempting to take that from us and then offer it back as if it's some kind of reward or prize or something like that, with all these promises and carrots dangling in front of us of a peaceful world. But there is no peace in any of these belief systems, forms of BS. There's only slavery,
mm-hmm.
lack of individualism, and lack of sovereignty.
Lack of free will.
The removal of all of that.
Yeah.
From Revelation, where they talk about how there is no sin, all you can do is worship God. There is no day
and cry, holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty.
Cry, holy, holy, holy is our God Almighty. And you just sit there and repeat that like a robot.
For eternity.
And you have the New Age saying we're going to ascend to 5D. Well, has anybody ever been to 5D? Because I know I've been to 5D and I can tell you this. It's fucking boring.
Yeah.
It's just information. It's data. That's all it is. It's zeros and ones manifesting themselves graphically. But there's no dynamic nature to it.
Well, it addresses that.
If you don't have...
If you don't have what?
If you don't have the up and down, you can't have direction. Because there is no up or down. There just is. And I've been in that state in the ayahuasca realm, and for a minute, it feels great. Afterwards, it feels like a cage because you can't move. You can't do anything. There is no happiness because there's no sadness. That's the beauty of duality. That's the beauty of this world. It's the sweet that makes the sour, and it's the sour that makes the sweet. But you had mentioned something just now. I wanted you to chime in further on that.
Well, I was just going to say, they do say that you are allowed to choose, almost like if you were playing Fallout 4, for instance, and it said, don't worry, at the end of this life, if you level up high enough, you will be able to choose from any of the games that come from the company that Fallout 4 is made by, aka they're saying as long as it's part of the law of one, you'll be able to choose whichever distortion you want to become after that, as long as it's under the law of one. Well, wait a second. Why does it have to be under the law of one?
But you can't understand the law of one until you're harvested.
Right.
Just like you can't understand God's plan
until you're already dead.
Until you're already dead.
Right. It's always the bait and switch. Right. It's always like the carrot on the end of the stick. Don't worry. You'll get the carrot. You'll get the carrot. Just keep walking.
And here's the thing. You can never know until you have been harvested.
Right.
You can never know until you have died.
Uh-huh.
So you can't come back and tell anybody about anything.
Exactly.
And until that time comes, you must be humble.
Mm-hmm.
You must be at a point where you know nothing.
And have faith.
And have faith. And that's it. And at the same time, start chipping away your own sovereignty, your own identity, and everything, all of your experiences.
Mm-hmm.
To me, I understand how this machine operates.
Yeah.
And I did that show. Man, there's a huge difference between the glasses on and glasses off. I mean, there really is. Like, I don't like the way it looks, but I can see like night and day difference.
Yeah. Somebody said these realms are for visitation, not migration. You don't migrate there. You visit there while you're on DMT, and then you come back.
That's a perfect way to put it.
Zarelath, thank you.
That's actually brilliant, because every realm that I've traveled to in DMT is somewhere where I want to be for a small period of time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be there forever. There's never been a state where I've gone to where I'm like, hey, this is it. This is where I want to be.
I just want to stay here forever.
Yeah.
No.
Because it's the motion. It's the moving forward. It's the growing. It's the journey. That's what it's all about.
Trust me, you don't want anything to last forever eternally. You don't want anything to last forever eternally.
No.
Nothing is good eternally.
No. And what I'm concerned about is the messages I was getting before we went to Egypt. After we went to Egypt, I was receiving the messages from inside, and now I'm seeing the messages manifesting themselves physically. And we're really at a point, and I don't mean to be dramatic here, but we're really at a point where it's do or die.
Yeah.
It's either we see through all the illusion, see through all the bullshit, and go home, or that's it. There is no going home. And I shudder to think that it's oblivion. You know, I don't mean to sound melodramatic. I don't mean to sound like doomsday-ish or anything like that. But for me personally, I feel like if I don't get it right when I leave this body, then I am not going to be able to return back to my real body.
I feel the same way.
Because we're at that critical point. And that's the whole reason why we came in here to begin with, is to create a situation to where people can escape to their real body.
Yeah.
As this final harvesting is happening to those who are meant to be harvested. But I do have to also, as I opened up the show with, entertain the flip side, that there are some who are meant to be harvested.
Yeah.
So that's their path, and I respect their path.
Yep.
And if they want to go do that, they want to go do that. And that's just, we're naturally going to gravitate to wherever our frequency is going to gravitate us to.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, I value my sovereignty. I value my freedom. I value my free will. I value my identity. And when you look at everything else, it's all slavery. No matter how you look at it, it's just phrased
how it's packaged
differently.
Yeah.
You know, the new age is this thing that you become one with,
where
you have no sense of self. In religion, it's God's kingdom. You know, how many times you hear people like Alex Jones? And I don't mean to bash Alex Jones.
No,
please don't take it as I'm
bashing.
bashing Alex Jones.
No.
But he said, you know, I believe in the Republic and I believe in King Jesus.
Yep.
Well, wait, the two don't go together. The two are polar opposites from one another. You
Yeah.
can't have a king and a republic.
Right.
You can't have monarchy and a republic.
Right.
Freedom. You know, it's leading to monarchy. It's leading to spiritual monarchy. And monarchy has never wound up with anything positive.
Yeah, never.
It's always come at the expense of every being all up and down the line.
Yeah, and but most especially the most helpless among us. They're the most affected by tyranny, and they're the least powerful against it. And unless they all rise up together, which they won't because of the conditioning that's been going on. However, I agree with you that if this conditioning has gone on with some of these, and it's gone on because that is what they're meant to do with their soul after it's done here, then I can't stop them from doing that, but I certainly can stop my organic brothers and sisters and tribe members from, listening to it without guarding themselves. I can at least try to, help people, navigate through all this.
Yeah, I'm going to play you a little short clip from JCK. I thought this was freaking hilarious. And then we will wrap it up. I'm only going to play a little bit of it because she repeats herself a little bit in it. But this right here, in my humble opinion, encompasses it perfectly. And she did this totally off the cuff.
Namaste, my brothers and sisters. Welcome to another episode of Spirituality with Barbie. That's right, I'm Barbie, and I'll be your wonderful spiritual guru today. I'm going to show you quite a few Barbieisms, and if you don't like it, well, you can shove it up your ass. Ding! Now, let's start our session with saging the fuck out of 2021. Let's face it, it was awful. What a fucking train wreck that was. But I guess it's really made us grow spiritually, right? Oh, and you remember to avoid meat, right? Because only spiritual people don't eat meat. And you must never wear makeup. Well, when you're a natural beauty like me, it just looks like you're wearing makeup. This isn't lip gloss. This is my natural lip color. Anyway, let's sage the fuck out of 2021. Here goes. Yeah. Take out the bad, man. Take out the bad. I'm going to sage my whole studio. Oh, man. Oh, the smoke. It's really doing something for me. Hang on a minute. This isn't sage. What? Oh, Ken. Oh, Ken. Did you replace my sage with Doobie? God damn it. Ugh. Before we begin, let's just talk about Barbie's special spirituality tips. Spirituality tip number 1. Always be vegan. You won't ascend unless you are vegan. That's right. Apparently, what goes in your belly is gonna get God really mad. That's right. Don't eat meat. Otherwise, you're not spiritual. Number 2, don't wear makeup. Of course, I'm not wearing makeup. I'm just naturally gorgeous. While you're at it, have blonde hair. Blonde hair makes you really spiritual. Don't you know? Only angels have blonde hair. The fuck, bitch? Tip number 3. Make sure you abstain from everything. Except for sex. And, maybe the odd doobie. And, well, I like a little bit of vodka on the weekend. And, well, just make up for it by going to an ashram. That'll do it. Tip number 4. Always, always smile. Just keep smiling. If you act angelic and smile all the time, never show your bad emotions, then everybody will know you're spiritually gifted and you're spiritually ascended. Don't you know? Bad thoughts mean you are of the devil. Yeah, don't have even one bad thought. Just keep smiling. For all of you followers on my Instagram, there are about 5 million of you now? That's fantastic. I just love that number. Anyway, what you gotta remember is do the right thing. Be woke. Recycle. Always, always vote Democrat. And never, ever, ever do the bad thing by not wearing your mask. Always wear your mask. That shows you're really thinking of your fellow human beings. We don't want to spread those dirty germs, do we? Also, comply. Comply is a big tip. That's true spirituality, when you comply. In my ideal world, everybody would have blonde hair, smile all the time, and have perfect tits that don't require a bra. I think bras are just so bad. Gloria Steinem knew what to do when she burned hers. I'd like to burn my bra. Yeah, that's right. Feminism is the right thing to do. It's not a CIA psyop at all. At all. At all. Now, after you've saged your studio, or your room, or wherever you're living, maybe a tent on the side of the road. I know here in California, we've got a lot of those. What you need to do is sit in the lotus position. That's right. My guru in India says that this is the best position ever. Oh, especially when he used to come into my room at night. That was really good, sometimes. Anyway, if you can, sit on the biggest pile of crystals you can find. I find rose quartz usually helps. Then grab the biggest crystal you can and just hold on to that piece of shit and just release all the negativity.
I thought she was going to say shove it for ass or something.
Just think about all the bad people you hate. Put it all into that crystal.
I thought she was just going to go straight
God
there.
Damn it.
Might as well.
In the meantime, just breathe.
Doing everything but.
Yeah, that's it. Let it out. Let all that negativity out. Yeah, smile. Smile all the way through it. Never let anyone know that you're suffering inside. Just always smile. You want to keep that spirituality up, right? Don't you? Yeah, that's right. Keep smiling. That's it. You got it. Okay, now we're going to do...
All right, I was waiting for this part to come up.
That's a new position that I invented. Okay, so here we go. First, stand and walk kind of like a zombie. Take 1 step, 2 step. Pull out your phone and look at the code and check in. That's right. Now you're complying. Pat yourself on the back for being so virtuous and doing your part. That's right. You did it. Okay, now we're going to do the jab jab. The jab jab is another new move. Here we go. Hold your arm out and jab. Bang. Jab. 2. You need to have more than 2, don't you know? Bill and Melinda told us so. Here we go. 3. Bang. 4. Bang. 5. Bang. Now your children. Bang. Oh, God. Right, I guess we got to use our right arm. Let's do the right arm. The other one's gone dead. That's okay. It's all good. Just keep going. Don't ask questions. Our next yoga position is a little bit controversial. It's called the Let's Go Brandon. Here we go. Cross your arm over and lift your right arm and go. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go. Yeah, imagine that motherfucker out of office. That's right. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go. We're doing our part, right?
I thought...
Okay,
yeah, I think she fell off script a little bit.
Yeah,
because she was doing this totally off cuff.
Yeah.
Like improvised. Okay, but this is the part here that I was getting to. How to keep your boyfriend.
Oh.
And take a breath.
Okay.
That's right. I'm going to take you into a new position, and this one's called Your Boyfriend Will Love You Forever position. Here we go. Okay, so first you lift your left leg as far as you can. That's right. Do that. And then lift your right leg up. That's it. You've got it. Now your boyfriend will love you forever. Hold that as long as you can, right? Yeah. Get some hand action in there. That's it. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, shit. Toe cramp. Toe cramp. Toe cramp. God damn it. Just keep smiling, everybody. That's right. Keep smiling. Don't let him know that you're not spiritual. That's right. You're going to need a yoga partner for this. This is my version of Downward Facing Dog. Okay, so get your biggest crystal out. This one's called the Deep State Dildo.
Oh, yeah, that one.
Position of Downward Facing Dog and pull your pants down and get your yoga partner to just get the biggest crystal they can. And that's right. All of you compliers, just keep taking the dildo. That's it. That's it. Hold your breath. That's it. Lockdown will be over soon. Just keep taking it.
I think people in Australia might be starting to lose their minds just a little bit.
That's it.
Just
Crystal
a
will make you feel better.
little bit.
I promise. It'll make you feel better after the 4th lockdown. That's it. COVID passport. Oh, God. Oh, I can't take any more. Everybody knows that when you just keep taking the deep state dildo, that this is how you build back better. They know what they're doing. They won't hurt us, will they? No. That's it. Just keep complying. Oh, God. Biden.
All right, the tits part is the best.
No. I bet you really enjoyed that last one. I know it took a lot out of me, but it's a good one to keep repeating. Oh, and while you're at it, just keep watching the mainstream news because they're informing you. Okay? Keep smiling, everybody. Now, I just wanted to show you something that I have. Not many of you have. Now, I don't need to wear a bra, but I bet your tits don't light up like mine. Let me show you something. Yeah. They glow. That's right, baby. My tits glow. Look at those tits. They're amazing. So spiritual. So goddamn spiritual. Now we come to our final position. Get down on the floor and do the comply. That's it. This is a really well-known position in yoga. Just comply. Just lie back. I know the last position was really full on, but you've just got to comply. Keep complying. 2022 is coming. It's gonna get better if we just keep doing our part. That's right. Keep doing your part. Just lay there. Don't do anything. Just comply. That's it. Great job. Keep doing it. I hope you've enjoyed our session of spirituality with Barbie. Did those positions release a lot of stuff for you? They released a lot of stuff for me. We've pushed out a lot of caca today. So just make sure you sage your room, okay? Just make sure Ken doesn't replace yours with a little bit of wacky tobacco. You know what I'm talking about. He doesn't inhale. But anyway, keep smiling. Keep pretending that you're great on Instagram. Don't let anybody know any of your flaws. That's my tip for the week and my tip for 2022. We're just gonna keep on smiling through this, keep complying with deep state, and it'll be over soon, I guess. Yeah, that's it.
All right, I thought that was brilliant, and there were a few parts there, but when you're doing something like totally off the cuff,
yeah,
it's gonna go here and there. But I think that That kind of sums it up perfectly. You know, be a plastic person, smile all the time, take the deep state dildo. I mean, it's all right there in the law of one. You know, just that's what the law of one is. You know, the law of one. Somebody had mentioned if we were going to talk about the new one world religion, and I'm like, I have no idea what the one world religion is. I don't know. What is the one world religion? Fauciism? Any thoughts?
I think other things happen besides the pandemic, and that I think we're talking about. I think what they're talking about is the global harvest, final harvest, whatever it's called, that the Christians are all into. Plus, all of this put together. This, the unification church is, I think, what that is talking about, and they're basically just everybody all joining together and saying kumbaya and all of that. That would be what I would think a one world religion would be. But
Lenora said ouchieism.
Ouchieism.
I love it.
Love it.
I don't know how they could do a one world religion. I mean,
that
in order to have a
impossible.
one world religion, you have to have people who are religious, and I am not complying with that.
Well,
and I don't think very many people are. So,
why call it a harvest unless you are? You don't call it a harvest unless you are taking from a living thing and like harvesting it. Like, harvest means to destroy in order to eat. That's what that means. So destroy in order to eat. Do you ever foresee a life with a blend of the blank?
I don't. A blend of the what?
I don't know what the question is.
Yeah.
I'd like to know what the question is. Mado will start a religion. I'm sure it will.
I'm sure when we're gone, people are going to start a religion around Beyond the Veil.
That's
going to be the first thing in my book. Do not start a religion based upon what is in this book. Somebody will, though.
Yeah, of course. People will always start religions based on people that didn't want religion started from our tribe is smart, and they know better than to ever fall into that kind of thinking, because you guys have everything you need inside of yourselves, and I know that you already know that. You just need reminding sometimes. So everyone needs reminding.
Yeah.
I
mean,
that
I don't think our people need
the powers
reminding.
inside of you.
I think it's just good. I think
it's good to
the
say.
thing is, when we gather together in the name of Beyond the Veil. When two or more gather on the stream.
I feel like he's laughing at me, and I don't know how the joke's on me this time, but I'm sure it is.
No, when two or three are gathered in our name, truth will be in the midst of you.
I can't hear what you're saying, baby. You're laughing too hard.
I'm sorry. All right. No, seriously, though, what I was getting at, because I was like, don't make a religion. And then I was like,
what
I was about to say sounds very religious.
Yeah.
What I'm
when we're gathered here in the name of Beyond the Veil.
Yeah, I really believe this. It's about us gathering together and speaking these truths, and it's not necessarily that the audience needs to hear them, but it's collectively we are putting this into the ether, and as we're putting it into the ether, we are transmitting code into the ether to change the matrix.
Yeah.
So that's what this is all about, in my humble opinion. Is us coming together to, as programmers, to put the code out there, which is causing the changes and making it a better place for ourselves and for those around us. And quite frankly, I would love to see a rapture. I'd love to see a harvest. I mean, could you imagine? Like, think about this. If, like, all the Christians were raptured, all the New Agers were harvested, and then we were just left here to, like, have fucking badass raves, hang out with Molly, you know?
And all the bad people are gone.
Belly dancers, and, like, you know, we wouldn't have to have factory farms anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we can have, like, people that actually, like, you know, have cattle, and we, like, buy our meat from them instead of having to feed, you know, 7 billion people.
Mm-hmm.
And we can have, like, you know, really nice steaks and drink ayahuasca, and, you know, we could just be ourselves, you know, like, get rid of all these people.
But they would already be gone.
Let them be harvested and raptured, and then we could be free.
Yeah.
To be free.
So maybe we aren't supposed to be stopping it, just, you know, reminding our people to stay away from it. And, you know, don't go down that road.
You don't want to go down that road there.
Someone said, thank you for confirming my suspicions about the Law of One.
Thank you for spending your time with us.
Spending your time with us and
listening.
Listening.
That's all we ask. We ask to listen. And we appreciate you guys and gals hanging out with us. We appreciate you listening. Protect your hearts. Protect your heart space. Anything that is wanting in your heart space, this is one warning that I will give on a serious note. Anything wanting into your heart space, be wary of.
Yeah.
Because we're not asking to be in your hearts.
No, at all, actually.
We find ourselves in
there.
Many of your hearts, and we find you in our hearts as well. But it's out of love. It's not out of...
it's not enough.
Open your heart, hear this message. Otherwise, bad things will happen to you.
Right.
That's when I'm like, whoa, wait a second. You know, I heard the Palladians, some message on YouTube. Open your hearts to hear this message. Without your hearts open, you will not be able to hear this message. Your heart space is the most sacred space.
Mm-hmm.
Protect that.
Someone said, I like that geoprophecy. Someone said geoprophecies.
Geoprophecies.
These are geoprophecies.
We were on with Clyde Lewis, and they were talking about geoengineering. And I almost interrupted Clyde and go, you know, Clyde, we get a really bad rap, and we get blamed for everything. We get blamed for geoengineering. We get blamed for geopolitics. We get blamed for geomancy. You know, I mean, this is ridiculous.
That's silly.
All right.
Silly twin.
It's been a lot longer than the twin agreed to. So kiss the one you love right now. You never know the last time it's going to be. I hope this show wasn't too all out there, but I had fun. Jinx.
Give me a coat. Well, I owe you a coat.
All right. Love you guys and gals, and see you even further.
Beyond the veil.
Oh, and kiss the one you love right now, because you never know the last time it's going to be.
Love you guys.